Warning: Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
I would include Puerto Ricans and other minorities throughout our country, which have been similarly discriminated against, though not for so long a period of time as Negroes.
Puerto Ricans weren't enslaved. Yeah, this is a problem that stems from slavery. And this compensation, yes, so this compensation is coming to people who were enslaved by the white man for 400 years. The Puerto Ricans don't even fit into this picture.
Well, they do fit into it.
No,
they do fit into it.
The problem is the Negro problem. They're not lynching Puerto Ricans.
If a dark-skinned Puerto Rican went down to Mississippi, he probably would be lynched too.
Spanish, he wouldn't be lynched.
No, they don't.
It's the Negro here, and as long as he can speak Spanish or some other language, or if he ties his head up with a turban or something, he can go anywhere in Mississippi or in your home that he desires.
You're not aware of the fact, are you, that African students have been arrested in our demonstrations in the South?
When they
speak French.
When they have been mistaken for the so-called Negro in America, they've been arrested.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as clicking the link in the description. Joining the Telegram group to help circumvent the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing within the new black media. With that being said, family, welcome back to another Sunday service. We have much to discuss here today. I know that you've seen the thumbnail and you've seen the title, so we will be speaking about the SAVE Act today, and we will also be speaking about, the Tether March, or what somebody called on TikTok the Musty Man March to Selma. So we got to discuss those things. We have to discuss them, as well as a couple of other things, the Mess Fest, as well as, some things that's happening with the Ghanaians. So we're going to get into all of that. Let me first jump in and just give the B1 salute so that we can go 100 miles and running. Let me give a B1 salute to our sister Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Black Truth United. Much love to you, my good brother, and thank you for your Cashapp donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Our sister Aquarius Minded in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen, as well as our sister Queen Angelic is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, my sister Queen. Our sister Mrs. C. Philip Davis is in the building. Much love to you, as well as our brother AO is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you both for being here, as well as Rael in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Our sister C. Terry is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Sybil is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Our brother Black RU is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, my good brother. Our brother Antithesis is in the building. Much love to you, my good brother, and thank you for your Cash App donation as well. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my good brother. Sweet Jean is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Kim Brown is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here. Our brother Rashad Wallace is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, my good brother, as well as our brother, our sister Astarte Jones is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our brother Mr. Fireworks is in the building. Our sister Brenda Thompson is in the is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister Queen, as well as our sister Renaissance Woman is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here. Our good brother Reparations Nation is in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here as well. As our sister Key Prince is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister Queen. Only Us is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family, all day. Much love to you. What's up to our good brother Gary Williams in the building? Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good brother, my good brother. Now DW is in the building. Much love to you, as well as Ramsey, the FBA, is in the building. Much love to you both, and thank you both for being here, family, as well as Mickey Brooks is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. As our sister Honey Brown Sugar in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Damon Reeves is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Cynthia Clark is in the building. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here. And our sister Priscilla Taylor is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Much love to each and every one of you. Shalom to each and every one of you, and thank you all for being here. And once again, shout out to our good brother AO in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. Excuse me, your Cash App, your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. Now, before we get started, oh, my sister Black Spider just jumped in the chat. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Shalom, and thank you for being here as always, my good sister. Now, before we get started, family, let's start out with something a little bit more, lighthearted. Let's get a little laugh out of life right now. For those who don't know, or who hasn't been following the situation that's been going on with our good brother Afro Man. Our good brother Afro Man has just beat his case. The police broke into his house and things like that, raided his home when he wasn't home. He actually created a bunch of music out of it, and they wanted to sue him for defamation. Well, our good brother Afro, he actually beat the defamation case. And I called him my good brother because he's from the area in which I used to live. And we used to see this man all the time. And everybody in the city that I know love that nigga Afro Man. Afro Man is one of those folks he's easily able to get along with everybody. And much love to him for that. But he's one of those type of guys, once he dropped that first album, he used to play that Palmdale song outside of his house, and all the neighbors used to just come out and just rock with him and just listen to his music. That's the type of dude he was, you know what I mean? And the type of dude he is. So shout out to him. I'm happy that he won his case, because like I said, he's a real down-to-earth brother, So let's go here, family. We'll start out with this. There we go. Bring it to the stage.
The rapper known as Afro Man prevailed this week in a defamation case brought against him. The jury ruled in his favor, ending a trial that launched 1,000 memes, but which also sparked conversations about the constitutional right to freedom of speech. Back in 2022, police officers from the sheriff's office in Adams County, Ohio, raided the home of the artist whose real name is Joseph Foreman. If you aren't a fan, you might remember him from his viral hit from the year 2000, Because I Got High.
Gonna clean my room until I got high.
The officers had a warrant citing kidnapping and drug trafficking, but found nothing illegal in the house, and there were no charges brought against Foreman. Foreman was not at home at the time, but the entire episode was caught on security cameras in his house. He claimed the officers vandalized his home and stole money from him. In response, Foreman did what he does best. He wrote some songs. Using the security footage, Foreman released a series of music videos, the most popular of which is the title track, Lemon Pound Cake. It's an ode to an officer who can be seen during the raid, pausing for a second look at a delicious-looking pastry on the kitchen counter.
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just some lemon pound cake. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. Made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what?
And yes, if you recognize that tune, it's set to the melody of the oldies hit Under the Boardwalk. After the album was released in 2023, the police officers sued Foreman for causing them, quote, humiliation, ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, and a loss of reputation. Ahead of the trial, which took place this week, Foreman released another music video, clad in the same American flag suit he wore in the courtroom.
Mine eyes seen the corruption of the Adams County cops, stealing money, stealing cake when they make their traffic stops. First they screw you, then they sue you, play games and dismiss your claims. The proof's on the internet.
The court proceedings, all on camera, went viral instantly. The officers testified to their mental distress, like in this clip when the officer featured in Lemon Pound Cake took the stand.
Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You
Received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Oh, sorry. Oh man, this has just been comedy from all the music videos all the way down to the reporting of this situation. This has been straight up comedy. I bull stuff you not. Man, and that Afro Man to Bring It To You song, golden. Lemon Pound Cake is a classic. With that Afro Man to Bring It To You, they're going to be thinking about that in their dreams. They're going to be hearing that song in their dreams, waking up in cold sweats. You dig what I'm saying? Shout out to our good brother Antithesis for becoming a member. My good brother, thank you for all you do and all your contributions, as well as your super chat, my good brother. Much love to you. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate you as always, my good brother, out here supporting. Much love to you, my good brother. Yeah, let's let this continue.
Under cross-examination, Foreman cited his First Amendment rights, which he argued protected his ability to stage this type of peaceful protest.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
After a 3-day trial, the jury ruled in Foreman's favor. The rapper celebrated with supporters outside the courthouse.
Yeah, we did it! Freedom of speech! Right on! Right on!
Foreman said the verdict was a victory for the First Amendment and for his ability to turn lemons into lemon pound cake.
Shout out to Afro Man for that. And also, I got to give him another shout out because, you know, there's one classic that I has not been mentioned yet. And, you know, this is going to go down to history, you know, that lick 'em down, Lisa, lick 'em down, Lisa. Oh man, ever since I've been hearing that song, I've been walking through the house. I'll walk through like work, or I'm like on the street somewhere. I'll be in the goddamn grocery store, and all of a sudden I just yell out of nowhere, lick 'em down, Lisa. And my brothers don't help the situation at all. Every time when I say that, here they go in the background. Oh, lick 'em down, Lisa. Shout out to Afro Man, because like I said, that's a huge win, and I'm glad that he was able to put his foot up the derriere of each and every one of those officers who tried to, you know, do him dirty, you know, and he was able to make a little scratch off of it. So we're always happy to see a good brother not only beat the system, but get paid off of it too. Shout out to GG in the building. Much love to you. I'm telling you, that lick 'em down, Lisa. That's just insered in my brain. But let's move forward. Let's get into some of the chicanery and the shenanigans with the SAVE Act, because as y'all know, over the weekend, there's been all kind of stuff going on. They even threatened to, you know, close or not allow people to go home over the weekend due to the fact that they're still tugging warring over this situation with the ICE agents, even though ICE is already fully funded right now. They're trying to use this situation. The Democrats are trying to use this situation in order to make sure ICE don't go into certain areas like your polling booths. We went over that the last time we were here. I want to go here, family. Let's start out here.
No Jim Crow 2.0. No Jim Crow 2.0.
On the SAVE Act, we fight back.
The SAVE Act, you might say, is that about saving the American people from skyrocketing costs of gas and groceries? Do you guys want to explain why you want to reject the SAVE Act, why you're opposed to securing American elections?
Absolutely, because that would affect me and my child. My child's trans.
We are talking about around 3.3 million eligible trans voters who could be turned away from our most sacred rights.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
This particular crazy act will actually harm and hurt rural communities, people with disabilities, other low-income people, other people of color. So on the SAVE Act, we fight back.
No Jim Crow.
Now, family, you heard all that they were spewing. I want y'all to notice what you ain't hear. I'm going to play this once again and tell me what you don't hear. They're talking about what it will do. Please tell me what you don't hear.
2.0. No Jim Crow 2.0.
On the SAVE Act, we fight back.
The SAVE Act, you might say, is that about saving the American people from skyrocketing costs of gas and groceries? Do you guys want to explain why you want to reject the SAVE Act, why you're opposed to securing American elections?
Absolutely, because that would affect me and my child. My child's trans.
We are talking about around 3.3 million eligible trans voters who could be turned away from our most sacred rights.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
This particular crazy act will actually harm and hurt rural communities, people with disabilities, other low-income people, other people of color. So on the SAVE Act, we fight back.
No Jim.
All right, family. So I have to play that again because I want you all to hear and notice what they're not talking about. How it would actually disenfranchise anyone. They're saying it'll hurt your trans, even though we just had this whole confarkle, this whole kerfuffle situation a few years ago where these people were going back and they were changing the sex on their birth certificates. Do y'all remember that? All of a sudden now, it would hurt trans people. Why? I thought you guys had your birth certificates. Y'all was going back fighting to be able to change the sex on the birth certificate, the gender on the birth certificate. So why would it and how would it affect transgenders? How would it disenfranchise women? This woman, she's very adamant right here that it would disenfranchise women. So on the SAVE Act, we fight back. Against what? You have to say and tell people what the imminent threat is. None of these people are saying what the threat actually is. Except, oh, they're going to make it tougher for us to vote. Shout out to our brother Reparations Nation in the building. We all know it ain't going to hurt anyone except illegals, period, point black, as church would say. Much love to you, my good brother. And that's exactly what it is. And the whole fact that these folks are going around and they're making this about voter registration now, right? It's always something is going to stop them from doing something that they've already been doing. You already have your birth certificate on file. You have your social security on file. The government has all these things on file. So when they say, oh, this is going to harm women, more specifically, they're saying black women, minority women, and all this other stuff. When they say that and not say how, all they do is make themselves look crazy. They make the Republican Party look like the common sense party because all your information's already in the government databases. All you have to do is connect your information to the information they already have to prove that you are a citizen. People who are not in their databases will be proven not to be citizens. So all of this right here is just 100% fold, making the Democratic Party look horrible. Because even Democrats are now leaving the party, saying that they're just not, there's no common sense. There's no commonality in between what they're trying to get done. And every time you turn around, the Democrats are trying their hardest more and more to shift the blame from them not wanting ICE at the voting booths into, oh, well, the Republican Party just don't want to fund TSA. Let's get into some of these arguments, shall we? Shout out to our good brother Masa Musa in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Church, they out here saying they got trans children. The streets is done. Hey. Anybody who tried to put a child in the trans category, you can see where their agenda lies. A child is a child. Is a child nonetheless. And when I was growing up, you know, children wasn't able to have such a, you know, say on their life so much. Let me put that in ways to where it doesn't seem offensive. When I was growing up, you did what your parents told you. There were several things I wanted to be when I was growing up. One of those things that I wanted to be a dragon. And I'm glad that I was told that I wasn't no damn dragon. And my grandfather told me, he said, and if you believe you a dragon, go ahead and jump off that roof and see what happened to you. And my dad was like, Daddy, don't tell him that. He's like, nah, Don Lee, he got to learn. He got to learn. If he wants to be a dragon, let's see if he can fly. Go ahead, jump off that roof, flap your arms, and let's see what happens. Well, I didn't have to jump off the roof because me and my cousins, we used to climb up into the trees in our backyard because my grandfather used to have this, my grandmother, she used to have these plum trees, right? And we used to climb up the plum trees to get our plums and stuff. And then we would go off and, you know, either sell them or whatever the situation may have you. Well, I didn't have to jump off the roof because I fell out the tree. And I learned then early that I could not be a dragon. I learned early that my wings, in fact, did not flap. My arms would not turn to wings if I fell out of a tree. So I know damn well if I jump off a roof, what that would feel like. So when I say growing up, we were told the truth in a way where, all right, if you don't want to know, you're going to learn later on. Yeah, I was raised different. So when people tell me that their child felt like a little girl, even though it was a boy and the boy was 5 years old, as a parent, I feel like you're the one being highly irresponsible by not explaining that, hey, it is okay to like to play with certain toys if that's what you want to do, but you are a boy. God blessed you with a penis, and God bless women with vaginas and ovaries. And and I've said this to my son several times over, and even to the point where we're talking about how babies were born. You know what I had to tell my son? I explained to my son just like this. You might have come out of your mother's belly, but you came directly out of my nuts. And we needed both of them together in order to create you. That alone, my son has never forgot that, because even he's 18 now, he be calling me, be like, Dad, remember when you told me that I came out of your nuts? And I'd be like, exactly. Yes, son. Yes. You have to be able to explain these things to children, because children will be naturally inquisitive. Children will naturally want to do things that they see consistently. Children will be children. And if you're not being the adult in the situation to explain things to children, then you're basically putting them in a situation where they're going to be hindered. Hence, people not telling their children how things work gender-wise. And that's why you have a bunch of people running around talking about trans kids. That makes absolutely no sense. That is child abuse. I can't spank my child, but you could tell me that they can go and have gender reaffirming care. I can't spank my child to make sure that he gets right so that he don't go out in these streets and do something that's going to lock him up forever. But yet, as a child, as a freaking child, they can decide whether or not they want to chop off or reassign genders. Yeah, but I digress. Look, you know where I was going, didn't you? You knew where I was going. But yeah, family, we're in agreement here. We're in agreement. This is common sense. And this is my point when I say the Democrats are making the Republicans look like the common sense party, when we know that they're not. That's how deep into this these folks are. They're so deep into this that they are making the Republicans look like the common sense party. Neither one of them are really common sense party, but they're not doing too well on their side as Democrats, to be honest with you. Shout out True Pilgrim in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as Summer Breeze in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well, family, as well as Mrs. Denise Hood Tactics Williams music in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as Swoosh in the building. Much love to all of you and thank you all for being here, family. Yeah, man, you can't be a dragon if you ain't got the dragon scales. If you ain't got them wings on your back, you know what I mean? Find yourself falling out of trees. I'm just saying. Anyway, let's get into these debates, shall we? This is what's happening on the floor, or what's been happening on the floor.
The United States citizens given a constitutional right to vote in our elections. It's hard to imagine how the passing of the SAVE Act would help you on those constitutional rights.
If we make it easy to cheat, then your constitutionally protected right to vote will mean less and less with each passing election.
It says, I do solemnly swear under penalty of perjury, I am a United States citizen.
According to my colleague's logic, a signature is all the identification you need. We have a constitutionally protected right to bear arms, and yet when you purchase a firearm, guess what you have to do? You have to produce identification. The signature wouldn't do it there, and that's a constitutionally protected right. This is a constitutionally protected right, but we're still making it, yes, easy to vote and hard to cheat. You've got to have both. You don't get that if you have a mere signature.
He makes a valid point, family. In order to practice your Second Amendment right in this country, not only do you have to have an identification card, but you have to have a background check in order to practice your Second Amendment right. So why in the hell would we deem that we need less to practice another constitutional protected right, which is voting? That makes absolutely no sense. And once you're registered, you're registered. So why would these people try to make it seem like this becomes a ongoing, tougher situation for all those who don't have documents? It's going to continue to make it tougher and tougher and tougher. Why don't they have documents? Shout out to our sister Angelic. To do almost anything in this country, you need ID, and you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. And like I said, it just makes no sense that this is a huge issue when there's a lot of gun owners in this country and they had to go through a 14-day background check, bare minimum 14 days, where they're all up in your business. Shout out to Melvina Miles. Thank you for your PayPal donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister, as well as shout out to our sister FBA Chosen in the building. Much love to you, and our sister Cooking with Miss D as well. Much love to the both of you. Shalom. Let's continue.
Foundation found that in the United States of America, that non-citizen voter fraud is basically 7 millionth of a percent.
I think she said, and I quote, very, 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 very little fraud in elections. Election fraud is extremely difficult to detect and therefore rarely prosecuted. We've got this known vulnerability in our laws here, and heaven help us all if we don't acknowledge the vulnerabilities that we face and take reasonable steps to close those loopholes.
It is about disenfranchising millions of people and making it very hard for them to vote.
You want to change that sentence to make it correct? Well, it could be a whole lot of people who are not citizens. The only people we don't want voting are those who are not citizens and are not eligible to vote. That's all this does. Easy to vote, hard to cheat.
You have to start producing additional paperwork. My colleagues would like to make you find all sorts of documentations in the most unworkable chaos I have ever seen in a system put in a bill.
If you're already registered to vote, this doesn't undo your existing voter registration, but it would apply to new voter registrations. If you move, you register to vote in a new state or a new precinct, and you've got to establish a new voter registration file after this becomes law, then yeah, you'd have to do that. But again, if you are an American who has ever had a job anywhere, started any new job at any point in your career with a new employer, you've already had to supply the same documentation.
Neither the president nor Congress should be in the business of micromanaging elections. I subscribe to my party's fundamental and historic commitment to local control. It is a time-honored Republican principle that government closest to the people is best. This is importantly includes the conduct of elections, end quote. So a demagogue or somebody in the level of government cannot force the federal government to say who's eligible to vote and who's not eligible to vote.
This objection is coming from the same party that no less than 5 years ago, under the auspices of a bill commonly known at the time as H.R. 1, tried to undertake a wholesale takeover of our federal voting and election system. Anytime any voting jurisdiction in the United States wanted to redistrict, they'd have to go to a political appointee at the U.S. Department of Justice and obtain pre-clearance. This is the same party that's now making the federalism objection to this. While we're on this federal objection to this, let's remember the whole reason this is necessary in the first place is because of an existing federal law passed in 1993 by Congress, the National Voter Registration Act.
The notion that we would turn this over to DHS is preposterous. And the notion that I had a constituent who basically got denied a Social Security check because someone said he was dead, even though he went to the federal building and said, I'm not dead. It took him months. Now, let's say that the federal government says the same thing about you in the voter rolls on election day. What are you going to do then?
The Department of Homeland Security wielding personal information. Well, if that's the case, there are all kinds of things. And if that's on the table, I mean, a lot of Americans don't much like how much personal information the IRS has. That gets leaked sometimes. A lot of people that don't like how much personal information can be found in the databases that are used in connection with the background checks that one has to go through when purchasing a gun. The fact is, the government does have that information. Why not allow the government to use that information lawfully to make sure that those who have a particular right are the only ones who are allowed to wield it, so that it doesn't get cheapened or diluted or bastardized by those who would flagrantly violate the law?
This bill also has a private right of action to say that you can sue them on a private right of action. So now we're going to create all of this chaos and mischief at a level when somehow Homeland Security, which they've gotten it wrong before, now all of a sudden you're going to get it wrong again.
That private right of action exists under previously enacted laws. There are existing federal laws that make that exact private right of action available. And all this does is it extends it to the obligations that arise under the Save America Act. And those too are generous. They are generous to those state officials that are complying with them. If somebody identifies a problem with the way that the law is being implemented, if there is a notice requirement to the state elections official in question, and it gives a certain period of time, they have the ability to cure the harm or to make the argument back as to why they're not in fact violating it. So there's nothing scary about this private right of action.
I'm standing up for vote by mail. Your last election had 84% turnout in the state of Utah. That's what we strive for in the United States of America, a voting system where everybody participates.
We've got data from studies, a number of different studies, showing that in states that have adopted voter ID laws, you don't drive down voter participation. In some cases it goes up. It works out perfectly well. We need not, we ought not, we must not fear this.
Now, the one thing that I do understand on the Democratic side, playing devil's advocate, the one thing that they actually have working for them is the mail-in ballot situation. And here's why. The mail-in ballot situation, it's a tricky situation, right? Because of states like Alaska, who use predominantly mail-in ballots because of the way that their whole goddamn state is. You know, you got military who use mail-in ballots, things like that. So because of those type of situations, that is the only real, I guess, pushback. That's the only real pushback that the Democratic Party actually has. Everything else is nonsensical. Everything else is nonsensical. So the mail-in ballots for people in Alaska or states like Alaska, for the elderly, for the disabled, for military, that makes sense. So if they would stay on that right there, they would have a lot more firepower to work with. But because of the fact that they're not honing in on the mail-in ballot situation, that's not really truly their goal. That's about to be a whole different situation too. Let me go here real quick on the mail-in ballots.
Okay, folks, I'm going to need you to follow me on this a little bit because it's important. Now, on Monday, the Supreme Court will hear arguments in a case that could upend the midterms. The case centers on whether states can accept mail-in ballots postmarked before Election Day, even if they arrive to election offices after Election Day, after the election is over. If the court rules against that grace period, it could have massive ramifications for the 14 states that currently accept ballots that arrive after Election Day, and the 28 states, plus Washington, D.C., that accept ballots from military and overseas voters that arrive after Election Day, if they've been postmarked before Election Day. It's a little bit confusing, but you can see that there are a number of states. Again, our Constitution gives the power to regulate the election process to the states, and every state has a different way of approaching, what to do on Election Day with ballots that are put in the mail. And some states will say, as long as your ballot is postmarked before the election, you're good. Other states will say, well, if your ballot is postmarked after the election within a certain time period, you're good. This is what the Supreme Court is going to be tackling, which, to the point, can really have some big ramifications.
And to be very clear, it sounds, what the chairman is describing for folks out there, it sounds technical, but really, it's the federal law is now saying mail-in ballots have to be received by Election Day.
Right.
That is a huge change. As I'm thinking back to the days in which I was organizing and working campaigns, the messaging was always very clear. Make sure you drop your ballot in the mail by or before Election Day. No one was ever telling people, the messaging was never, now you got to mail your ballot 2 weeks before so you can make sure it gets it to the da-da-da-da.
Right.
It is a tool of confusion. And it's this lawsuit that is made all the way up to the Supreme Court, coupled with the changes that are already happening at the United States Postal Service.
Now, here's the thing with that, though. And as much as I understand the need for mail-in ballots, as long as they're limited, here's the thing with the mail-in ballots as well. She's acting as if, and linebacker, those goddamn shoulders is showing off the linebacker in her. Anyway, I digress. She is acting as if it is unfathomable that they would ask you to have in your vote by the voting day, by the day of Election Day, right? By the election voting day, the block. Honestly, it makes perfect sense, to be honest. I feel like, and this is just my feeling, if you have a mail-in ballot, those mail-in ballots need to go out early, maybe a month early, maybe a month and a half early. And on the mail-in ballot, have a date that it must be absolutely mailed in by. And that way, no matter what happens across the country, it can get to where it needs to get to within a 2-week span. So, if I got a mail-in ballot and I know I have to mail this mail-in ballot in by, September 15th in order for it to be there and get there by October 3rd, then that's on me to do. And I have a month ahead, a month like grace period to do so. That's how I feel like that should be done. You have a time frame in which you need to get it in. And if it doesn't make it there by that time frame, that's because you personally didn't go out and do what you need to do to get it there. Now, of course, there's going to be some exceptions. Like I said, there's elderly folk, and even the elderly folk, if you give them a date, they're going to figure out how to get that done by that date. So there is some issues with the mail-in ballots. There are some ways that we can fix them and make them better. I just don't think that, we need to give a grace period to people if their ballot comes in after the election's over, if we want real election integrity. That's just my opinion. Let's let her continue.
That are going to inject confusion around the country, which will result in some people not participating this fall.
Let's talk about some of those people, because LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, filed an amicus brief, and this is part of what they wrote. Mailed absentee ballots are frequently the...
Wait, what? Did she say LULAC wrote an amicus brief? LULAC. The folks who wanted to, fight the American government in order to maintain their white status? LULAC? The Latinos and Mexicans Council? LULAC? Wrote an amicus brief? Gee, I wonder why. Now, why would LULAC write an amicus brief on this? Let's get into it. I'm highly intrigued. Shout out to V for Vengeance in the building. Much love to you, my good brother, as well as first-class citizen. Much love to you. Thank you both for being here.
The only accessible option for voting available to nearly 4 million members of the U.S. military serving abroad or domestically outside of their home state. Members of military families and civilians working, studying, teaching, or preaching abroad. At every stage of the process, military and overseas voters encounter time-consuming challenges to register to vote, obtain absentee ballots, and return those ballots. We should be having a conversation about how you make it easier for people to vote. We should want a democracy, Michael, where as many people who want to participate can, and where we incentivize that. And instead, we are telling our service members,
as many people as they want to participate can. Are you saying just freely, like no strings attached, nothing like that? Because that would be ludicrous. That would be opening the door for anybody to just walk into the country and put their name and signature on a goddamn form and just vote. Like I said, these people are making the Republicans look like the common sense party. We know that they're not, but that's how horrible these folks are. That's how demonic these folks are.
some of whom are currently involved in an active war, that we are going to make it harder for them to participate in the exact process that determines when and where they get sent.
Some of Michael's Republican friends don't want more people to be able to vote.
And that's the point I was making with the senator, because the actions that they're taking will largely hurt their own constituents. A lot of their elderly constituents who can't get out, a lot of their, folks who have 2-3 jobs and in the course of the day can't get the, say, I'll just put the ballot in the mail. That's one problem. The other problem, which you put your finger on, Alicia, is so important about our military personnel and our expats, the folks who work overseas, still U.S. citizens, but their job has them stationed in London or has them stationed in Rome. I served as chair of the U.S. Vote Foundation and the Overseas Vote Foundation. And I can tell you with respect to the overseas ballots, there are a lot of Americans, who vote in this system who live abroad. And now you're going to constrict and contract their ability to do so because the mail service for them is not the same as it is here.
So are you telling me that these people aren't intelligent enough? They're not competent enough to, once they get their mail-in ballot, to actually just get it mailed off earlier than they would mail it off previous to this rule? People are so incompetent that it would make it harder for them to have to mail off that ballot a week or two earlier than what they normally would. This is how they speak about people from America, about American citizens, as if we're so incompetent, as if we're so stupid that the simplest task can't get done if you just toss it at them out of nowhere. Exactly. My sister, Miss Denise. Very insulting, to say the least. It is very insulting. Black people can't get IDs. Black people can't afford passports. Black people can't find their birth certificates. Like, these folks are disrespectful, all to uphold their agenda. And then they wonder why they keep tanking in the polls. You're not intelligent enough to put, the ballot in the mailbox on the day that, it says it has to be mailed by in order to be counted. No. These people are too stupid to do that. So we got to, keep things the way that they are. Shout out to Ali Alex in the building. And much love to our sister Cooking with Miss D. They think we're slow. Exactly. That's exactly what they think. And that's why I'm saying that these people are making the Republicans look like the common sense party, and they're not. And they're not. And we know that they're not. But it's the evilness, the demonic nature of this party that is making themselves look worse. Let's go over here to what Chuck Schumer had to say, because he wanted to put a bill on the floor to fund TSA Singularity. Are he saying this will be just for TSA? But come to find out that ain't the case. Let's go here.
Mr. President, I have a motion today that asks every senator a very simple question. Do you want TSA workers to get their pay? Yes or no? Are you tired, like many Americans are, of seeing long lines at the airport? Yes or no? If senators want to pay TSA workers and end the airport chaos, they should support my motion. Our TSA workers cannot be taken hostage for political gains, but that is what Republicans have done.
Notice, like I said, they're trying to make it seem like it's the Republicans that is holding TSA hostage. It's the Republicans that are choosing to do this and keep the government partially shut down. When the fact of the matter is, it is the Democrats who are saying quite literally, these are our demands. And if you don't follow these demands, then we're not going to sign off on this and the government's just going to shut down. That's exactly what happened. Hakeem Jeffries said it out of his own damn mouth that they have demands that they would not bend on. But now they're trying to make it seem like it is the Republican Party that is holding the American citizens hostage, that is holding TSA hostage, that is holding up the funding for Homeland Security. All because they quite literally, as Hakeem Jeffries said, because they do not want ICE at the polling booths or what they deem to be sensitive areas. But continue, Chuck.
It is unacceptable to say we will only pay TSA workers if it is attached to a bill that funds ICE with no reforms.
Now, mind you, ICE is already funded. ICE was fully funded in that big, ugly bill. ICE got fully funded in that. So he's not going to mention that, but he's going to make it seem as if ICE still needs to be funded.
That's what Republicans have done. Democrats want to pay TSA workers ASAP, no strings attached. A yes vote on my motion would start doing just that. This is the only vote, not the others, that will fund that the Senate has taken that will fund TSA, no ands, ifs, or buts. This is the first time the Senate holds a vote related to paying TSA workers that has zero strings attached to it. This is the vote, the only vote that says you're for supporting TSA families unconditionally. All the votes Republicans have pushed so far tie TSA paychecks to fully funding ICE without any reforms. Republicans say, sure, we'll pay TSA, but only if you keep funding ICE agents without any guardrails whatsoever. That's not acceptable to the American people. So today, my motion makes the matter very simple. Let's pay TSA workers ASAP. That's it, nothing else. We can keep negotiating ICE and CBP separately. We're having some productive conversations on getting reforms to ICE, and Democrats are going to continue pushing for real serious reforms through legislation. But that's an ongoing process that should not get in the way of funding our TSA workers. So let's keep negotiating the outstanding issues with ICE while sending paychecks to TSA workers now. Let us end the long lines at the airports now. This is the logical, expedient, and correct thing to do. I yield the floor.
Now we're going to get into what the opposing party had to say, but let me give a B1 salute to our brother V for vengeance in the building. Shout out to you, much love, and thank you for your contribution. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Delineation throws a wrench into the tactics of using FBA for these stereotype arguments to combat policy that stops Democrats' shenanigans, and I 100% agree with you. Delineation has quite literally threw a monkey wrench in all of the tires on the bike, in which is the Democratic plantation. They have tried their hardest to attach us in some shape, way, or form, and all it's doing every time they mention us, whether it's Chuck Schumer calling this bill Jim Crow 2.0, or whether it's Jasmine Crockett keep on talking about ISIS like the slave patrol. No matter what it is, all they're doing is making themselves look worse. And that's my point. They're making the Republicans seems like the common sense party, when the fact of the matter is neither one of them have any damn common sense that the good Lord gave them. But at least we're saying the exact same thing that we're hearing on one side. We're not being gaslit by that. We're not being gaslit by the Republicans when it comes to the situation with the SAVE Act. We're being gaslit by the Democratic Party. They're using our history to try and gaslight us. All because they want their illegals to be able to vote. So shout out to you, family. Thank you for that contribution. That, like I said, I appreciate you as always, family. And let me give a B1 salute to our sister Rosemary in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here as always, family, as well as Lillian Madison in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Shalom, shalom. As well as 13 Mike Travels. Much love to you, my good brother, and thank you for being here as well. Now let's get into what the opposing party had to say.
President.
I recognize the Republican leader.
Mr. President, this motion, and when I hear the phrases used like no strings attached or how simple this is, there isn't anything that can be more complicated than this. This is a Schumer motion to suspend the rules, to refer the House message, the bill that we're on, to the Rules Committee, which doesn't have jurisdiction over appropriations or spending, and he's trying to call it a vote to fund TSA. I mean, we have had countless votes to fund TSA. We had one yesterday. We've had countless motions by our side to pass a continuing resolution that would fund all of DHS, including TSA, and consistently been blocked by this side. So, Mr. President, this is a convoluted. I mean, I don't know how you come up with this. I'll give you credit for coming up with something that's this convoluted, but it doesn't do anything that the leader says it does. It has nothing at all to do with funding TSA. The opportunity to fund TSA has come and gone multiple times here, when we have had votes here on the floor, including as recently as yesterday, and countless motions, continuing resolutions to fund all of DHS, including TSA, numerous times, over and over and over again, and our colleagues on their side have blocked it.
My colleague yields for a question.
Sure.
This is the only vote available to us because you have filled the tree and not allowed an amendment like this here. Would the senator be willing to put this amendment to pay TSA immediately on the tree?
Mr. President, this is not an appropriations bill. The legislation we're on right now, which has to do with whether or not citizens, and only citizens, ought to be able to vote in American elections, has nothing to do with funding the government. We have had countless votes and countless appropriations bills brought in front of this institution, the United States Senate, that actually would fund TSA. If we want to fund TSA, let's get to work doing it. And if that group that's meeting can't come up with a solution here pretty quickly, things are going to get worse and worse and worse, and they already are. People at airports, anybody who's gone to an airport lately, they don't see what's happening here as serene. They see this as a convoluted mess, and that's what's happening across the country if we don't fund the government, DHS, including TSA. We're all for it. We tried repeatedly to do it. This has nothing to do with funding TSA. This is a ploy. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing else.
Is the tree full, Mr. Leader?
The tree, I would say to my colleague from New York, has on it right now a vote that we just completed, and there will be other opportunities to vote on other amendments related to the legislation that we're on here today. But if we want to have, if you want
the majority leader has the floor.
If you want to have a debate on appropriations, we can have that. We've made ourselves available. The White House is available. There are meetings going on right now, which I hope ultimately lead to a result where we get these agencies opened up again, including TSA. But in order for that to happen, you have to have a willing partner and somebody who's willing to sit down at the table and negotiate with you, which we haven't had until 2 days ago. Now, hopefully, these discussions will lead what will ultimately be a result that will fund all of these agencies, including TSA. But that is not what this is about, and you know that.
Mr. President, we are having discussions.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are having productive discussions. I just met with our team 20 minutes ago. We're making some progress. There's more to be made. Each side has its own views. But why hold pay for TSA workers up until when we can do it immediately? Why wait? We don't know how long these negotiations will take. There are some pretty tough positions. We could do it now. I yield.
President,
I recognize the majority leader.
I would say, yeah, you want to talk about doing something quickly, referring it to the Rules Committee, which has no jurisdiction over spending, over appropriations, on a bill that has nothing to do with funding these agencies. But we're happy. We are happy. We'll pivot immediately to fund all these agencies when you are ready to do it. I would ask for the yeas and nays on this.
So that's what's happening there. And as you can see, like I said, family, the Democrats is trying to shift blame on this situation because that's their tactic at this point in time. Make it seem like the Republicans is holding everything up so that the American people can be upset with the Republicans. It's the same thing they tried to do when they shut down the government for illegals to be able to get goddamn Medicare and all this other stuff. So, you know, food stamps and all that other stuff went away. It's the exact same thing. They were trying to blame the Republicans at that point in time. Then they ended up having to give in. So this is the situation at hand right now. This is the situation at hand right now. And, you know, I want to go here because, like I said, they're just shifting blame left and right.
DHS. Democrats have already said, let's pay for TSA. We have already introduced the bill, and the Republicans have already objected to it.
I'm talking about ICE, on ICE. What is your position on ICE?
Look, ICE being able to wear masks, to be able to pull people out of their cars and throw them to the ground, to be able to gas little babies, and to be able to shoot people in broad daylight with no accountability, that is not helping reduce lines at the airport. We want to reduce lines at the airport, then let's fund TSA, and Democrats are willing to do that. But we are not willing to fund ICE until there are significant changes made. And ICE has to follow the same rules as pretty much every other law enforcement outfit out there.
Do you think the Democrats will get backlash, get blamed by voters if this persists, particularly if people are waiting 4 hours to get through security?
Look, Democrats have already said, we're happy to move people through security. We will pay TSA. We have already put that bill on the floor, and the Republicans have said, no way. That's not going to happen. We want to hold TSA hostage until you agree to let ICE continue to do whatever they want to do with zero accountability. I think our job in the United States Congress is to say, no, we are a nation of accountability, and that any law enforcement agency acting on our behalf has to be accountable to us.
Now, I want y'all to put a pin in what she just said. She said that we are a nation of laws and accountability. But we're going to touch on that very, very soon. Shout out to our good sister Mia Kim in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my good sister. And thank you for your Cashapp donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Like I said, put a pin in it. She's talking about accountability. We're going to talk about accountability and how the Democratic Party are hypocrites when it comes to talking about accountability when it comes down to protecting foundational Black Americans. But let's let her continue.
That is the law. And right now, the Trump administration doesn't want to follow that. And Republicans in Congress so far are just willing to bend down to the Republican administration, bow down to whatever they want. But at the end of the day, the American people don't want ICE mowing through their streets. They don't.
All right, family, put a pin in that. The American people talk. The talking point of the American people. Because they do this a lot too. The American people don't want this. The American people don't want that. The American people, the American people, the American people. Just put a pin in that.
Don't want them pulling people out of cars. They don't want them shooting people with no accountability.
All right. Let's go here.
You guys are talking about affordability and the high cost of childcare. Yeah, Democrats continue to vote to keep DHS shut down and unfunded. Do you think politics are taking priority over paychecks for, DHS, TSA agents, given the fact that there are so many dads working for these agencies who are now, struggling to pay the bills because they aren't receiving paychecks?
Well,
Appreciate the question. One of the things that we do know is that we do want to open up those TSA and different departments. Where we disagree is the fact that they want to fund ICE and CBP to go and continue terrorizing neighborhoods outside the bounds of the law. And this is one of the things that is also hurting people, our economy. People are not going to work. People are legal, and people who don't have papers are both not going to work because they know that if they get taken away, that there's going to be a situation at their house that makes things worse for them. So we're open to, if you want to fund TSA and programs that we agree on, let's do it. Or we can cut a deal and put restrictions on that money. And this is something that the Republicans refuse to actually do.
I would just add, if the Republicans are serious about getting our TSA workers a paycheck, about making sure that FEMA is up and operating, despite what Secretary Noem has done to dismantle FEMA, if they want to make sure we're paying our Coast Guard and our cyber security, then they should have voted last week in the House with Democrats who said, open all of that, open it all.
Now, family, in case y'all don't know who this woman is, this is Catherine Clark. She is the Democrat House Whip. She was one of the people that I ran up on when it was her, Sheila Jackson Lee, Ron Reynolds, Senator Boris, and a few other people. But she was in the facility. She was one of the people that I told to her face, if you guys do not do something for the foundational Black American community, you will lose. She was also one of the people that scattered right after everything went down. So they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. And I know she knows what she's doing. Trying to keep her base safe. Let's continue.
Wasn't a single Republican vote. And that's why tomorrow we are putting a discharge petition out. We're going to give them yet another chance. Show where you are. Show that you believe in workers, that TSA workers deserve to get paid. And that now that we are in Donald Trump's reckless war, we need to make sure that those people in the cybersecurity unit are paid, that our Coast Guard is ready. But the Republicans are choosing blind allegiance to Donald Trump over the very people whose job it is to keep us safe. And so we're going to continue to demand common sense reforms to ICE and the Border Patrol. But we are in full agreement, and we have all voted that shouldn't be on the backs of TSA. So let's do it. Let's see if the Republicans tomorrow, we welcome them to come and sign this discharge petition, and let's have a vote on the floor.
All right. Like I said, family, these folks are talking about what the American people want and talking about accountability, right? Here's Hakeem Jeffries.
What's your message to TSA workers who are going without paychecks, people who are suffering in these long lines preparing to travel, who don't care about the finger pointing, who don't care about the politics, they just want Congress to get to some solution? What do you say to them? Why can't this be figured out?
We should be able to get this done today. All Speaker Johnson needs to do is bring the legislation to the floor that will pay TSA agents and reopen the parts of the Department of Homeland Security that have nothing to do with ICE and have nothing to do with Trump's extreme and violent mass deportation machine. That's all that needs to happen. And yet, House Republicans and Senate Republicans have consistently rejected paying TSA agents. Why? It's because they don't support getting ICE under control. This is their policy. It's Trump's policy. It's Stephen Miller's policy to use taxpayer dollars to brutalize or kill American citizens, as we've seen with the cold-blooded killings of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. And the American people want that to stop. And if Republicans are unwilling to deal with that issue, they shouldn't be holding TSA agents hostage. They shouldn't be holding the American people hostage. But Republicans are intentionally creating chaos in airports all across America.
Now, family, remember in the last broadcast, he quite literally said that they have a list of demands, not the Republicans, right? He said they will not bend on their list of demands. And the list of demands included making sure ICE stay out of those sensitive areas that they deem to be sensitive, like schools, churches, hospitals, and the voting booth. So like I said, they're quite literally and quite seriously trying to play, hey, I know we did this, but you got to look at them because they don't want to give us what we asked for. And that's why everything is shut down. So you got to blame them because they won't give us what we demand. Let's continue.
Needs to end. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. This could end today. But Republicans don't want it to.
All right. Shout out to JJ in the building. Much love to you, as well as Yvonne in the building. Much love to you, as well as Kenny Youngling in the building. Much love to you, and thank you all for being here. Let's go here with Hakeem Jeffries. Like I said, I'm doing this for a reason, family. Just bear with me.
So let me ask you about that, because you are the whole reason, as you just laid out, that DHS is not funded right now is because you're trying to push the administration to enact some policy changes on how Border Patrol and ICE act when they're out looking for illegal immigrants. And now what you're saying is that you're okay with funding TSA, which has been, I think, the biggest point of leverage that you possibly had in order to get what you want on ICE, because ICE already has its money. So what was the point of the shutdown if you're okay with funding TSA?
What was the point of the shutdown, Hakeem? Mr. Jeffries? What exactly was your goal? What was your intent? Besides trying to keep ICE agents away from the polling booths. Go ahead and speak. Shout out to Estelle Gray in the building, as well as Random Drop. Much love to the both of you, and thank you for being here.
Well, we never approach these things that are in front of us with respect to government funding in the context of leverage. Our approach is, what is the appropriate use of taxpayer dollars? And we believe that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not brutalize or kill them or violently target law-abiding immigrant families, which is what we know ICE agents have been doing. And so at this point in time, more than 30 days into the Trump Republican Department of Homeland Security shutdown, I think the most appropriate course of action is to fund TSA, fund FEMA, fund the Coast Guard, fund our cybersecurity professionals, so that Republicans stop holding the American people hostage and these hardworking civil servants because of the Republican unwillingness, at least to date, to get ICE under control. Listen, we believe that immigration enforcement in this country should be fair, just, and humane. And Donald Trump promised that he was going to go after the worst of the worst, violent felons who are here illegally. That's not what has been happening. They're targeting American citizens and law-abiding immigrant families. And of course, that needs to end. That is not an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars.
I'm just trying to understand how.
All right. So let's get into it. Hakeem says that law enforcement should be reasonable and fair and all this other stuff. He also talking about what the American people want and what we don't want. Same thing goes with, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas and all this other stuff. Now let's get into the brass tacks, shall we? If they really cared about what the American people wanted, family, the American people overwhelmingly voted for what? Deportations. The American people overwhelmingly voted for deportations, but yet in the first week and all throughout these 2 years, going on 2 years that Trump has been in office, you've had what? Different protests left and right trying to stop what the American people want. So I do not care when Hakeem Jeffries or Elizabeth Warren or anybody, Chuck Schumer, y'all talking about the American people, and the American people quite literally said we want deportations. The American people quite literally said we want voter ID laws on the books to make sure illegals aren't voting in our elections. And you guys are quite literally holding America hostage. Quite literally holding America hostage. Because that is not the agenda that you guys want for America. So when you speak about the American citizen, you're not speaking as a representative. You're speaking as a hostile force against the American citizen and what we already deem to be what we want to see happen. Let's go here, family.
After hearing that a large number of Democrats support voter ID and the Save America Act, I wanted to test that myself. So I went into the heart of deep blue Washington, D.C. to talk to people on the street. And the takeaway was unmistakable.
I'm a Democrat, proud Democrat.
Proud Democrat. Do you think that you should be required to show ID to vote?
Yes, I do.
And do you think that you should have to prove you're a United States citizen to register to vote?
Yes.
Do you think that people should have to come in and show ID to prove who they are when they vote?
If you're in the United States, yes. If you're in another country, they got their own rules and regulations, but the United States has a constitution.
Do you think it would be difficult for some people to prove they're a citizen?
Yeah, if you snuck here illegally. If you were born here, you shouldn't have an issue.
I'm born and raised here. You got to show some kind of ID because you know you're aliens, right?
Yeah, everyone's supposed to have an ID. Yep, that's the law. That's the law. I have one right here.
So you have your ID with you?
Yeah, I'm a citizen. See the photo? That's important.
Democrat or Republican?
You see how proud he was to show that ID? He even smiled with it. He wanted to make sure people understood that what the people are running around here speaking on is a bunch of malarkey. You see this photo? That's a very important picture. And as foundational Black Americans, we all understand how important our ID pictures are to us. You know what I'm saying? You go in there and get your whole hair done, you know, to make sure you look good in the ID. Anyway, I digress. We're showing that FBAs have no problem with voter identification or registration. Exactly. Yep. Proud. You already know. We will go up in there. We will put on a fresh suit. You know what I mean? Fresh outfit. Make sure the whole lineup is right. I got to make sure my beard is straight because when I take that picture, it's going to be in my life for the next decade. So I need to make sure this picture looks good. And that's why this brother looks so proud. He's like, yeah, you see this picture? A very important picture. I like the way he starts smiling when he's pulling it out. Like, I don't even know why they say such craziness. Shout out to Tiffany Jackson in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here.
You're supposed to have an ID. Yep, that's the law. That's the law. I have one right here.
So you have your ID with you?
Yeah, I'm a citizen. See the photo? That's important.
Democrat or Republican?
Democrat.
It is good that you have to present identification and proof of citizenship in order to vote.
And he's a Democrat.
It makes sense to me.
While most people we spoke to supported voter ID, we did find somebody that disagreed. Do you think that you need to show an ID in order to vote?
No.
Are you a citizen yet?
I tried doing this year.
The Save America.
Nigga, please.
They asked this man, are you an American citizen? He said, I'll try this year. This is how these folks get these orders of removals, because they come to this country. They have no documentation in the country, but yet they're working in the country for X amount of years, not worrying about citizenship, not worrying about making sure that their papers are in order. Interesting. Very intriguing. But we're supposed to break our necks to protect them when they couldn't break their necks to get their paperwork done. Are you serious?
To vote?
No.
Are you a citizen yet?
I tried doing this year.
The Save America Act requires proof of U.S. citizenship to vote in federal elections, restricts certain mail-in and non-citizen voting practices, and strengthens voter ID and election integrity standards nationwide.
Things like mail-in voting. There's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse because I see the mailers. Sometimes I would get 2 or 3 of them. It's only one of me. And with that, I could cast 3 votes.
It is an extra step once you get married to take that proof of name change, which I had to do to get a real ID. So I've already done it once. So it doesn't really bother me to have to do that again if I were to register to vote.
Would you be surprised to know that it's Democrats that are the ones that don't want to pass the Save America Act, meaning they're the ones that want to allow people to vote without proving they're citizens?
I don't know if I want to believe that.
Senate Democrats will never allow the SAVE Act to pass this chamber.
A lot of people speculate that they want people to vote that are not citizens so that they could win elections. Do you think that there could be truth to that?
Yes, absolutely.
I think they are gaming it to get more illegals to vote if possible. I think that's the agenda. It's been pretty obvious.
What is your message right now to lawmakers in general when it comes to passing legislation to require voters to show that they're a citizen and prove who they are?
I mean, you just got to think about the people and not about yourself. it's called We the People. I would say pass the bill. It's a layup, really, for both the Democrats and the Republicans to do something that's morally right. 80% of Democrats, registered voter Democrats, believe that they want this as well.
What are they trying to hide? Who's to say that someone is not going to have people from elsewhere vote falsely?
Democrats, you in trouble now. When grandma start coming out and saying, what do you got to hide? When Nana comes out saying, what do you have to hide? Because this is the real Democrat base right there. It's Nana. It's Pawpaw. And when you lose Nana and Pawpaw, when they're asking questions, when they're trying to figure out what you have to hide, oh yeah, there might be something to look at there, ain't it? You might be losing the fight when Nana and Pawpaw says, hey, what do you have to hide? Yeah. Hit that like button. Let's go.
Have any messages to Chuck Schumer?
Rethink it.
Now, the question is, will Senate Democrats...
Chuck, Nana said rethink it. Nana said you need to rethink it, Chuck.
Elsewhere, vote falsely.
Do you have any messages to Chuck Schumer?
Rethink it.
Now, the question is, will Senate Democrats listen to their own base and vote yes on the Save America Act? Reporting for Lindell TV in Washington, D.C., I'm Kara Castronova.
Family, so like I said, they said the American people want, the American people want. I just showed you the American people, Democrats and Republicans alike, saying the same thing. Hell, even Nana said, what do they have to hide? What do they have to hide? So that's the American people and what the American people want. I also remember them talking about accountability. Elizabeth Warren was talking about we need accountability. Hakeem Jeffries was talking about how our law enforcement need to be held accountable and make sure that there is a set of decency that goes along with law enforcement and all this other stuff. Okay, that's fine and dandy. That is fine and dandy. But ladies and gentlemen, I must now bring you to this. If you want people to be held accountable, you need to be starting right here, Democrats.
Down there in Miami-Dade County, the correction officers are covering for each other. Check this out. Myth Louise June, of Haitian background, handcuffed Spencer Butler and punched him several times, 11 times to be exact, on an elevator. And then he turned around and claimed self-defense and not guilty. Look at this.
From the Miami-Dade County Pretrial Detention Center shows an officer repeatedly striking an inmate inside an elevator. Roughly 11 punches were thrown, several of them landing.
Y'all, and it don't stop there. After Spencer Butler was assaulted by Myth Louise June, then handcuffed, they continued to harass this man. 6 hours later, they pepper sprayed him for no reason.
Come on, so you can go downstairs. About 6 hours later, body camera video shows inmate Spencer Butler inside a room. An officer is seen pointing a weapon through the window. It's now about 2 a.m. on March 2nd, 2023.
Remember that.
Butler is then pulled out of the room by a crowd of officers, upset about getting beaten up.
I got beat already. And y'all see him talking about I'm trying to do something, bro. I've been in cuffs for a long time. When they put his hands on me the first time.
Officers then placed Butler in a shower. For an unknown reason, he was pepper sprayed.
You want to decontaminate?
What did you decontaminate? What?
Do you want an opportunity to get the OC spray off of you? If not,
I didn't have to get sprayed. I didn't do.
I know a Caribbean accent when I hear one. What are you talking about? Decontamination. You just pepper sprayed this man unjustly. You just pepper sprayed this man unjustly, right? And then they proceed to ask, hey, you want to file a report, a complaint report? Several of your correction officers been harassing me, assaulting me the whole shift, and you're asking me to trust you to write a report. So he spells out the word aggressive.
Your opportunity to write a statement about what transpired with you on the elevator with Officer Louis June, AGGRESSIB.
And 3 years later, this is addressed. This incident is addressed 3 years later, just because they said they didn't want to file any charges or proceed with charges until they reviewed the video, right? So you have Officer Myth Louise June relieved of his duties with pay, and he's claiming self-defense against a man you handcuffed and placed on an elevator. Miami-Dade County correction officers, they're all clicked up. It's the Caribbean click down there. Yeah, they need to be investigated.
Records show Butler was struck by Officer Myth Louise June on March 1st.
Now, family, you know, these Democrats are running around here talking about accountability. I don't see any of them rushing down to Florida to try to see what's going on, to use any of their congressional powers in order to make sure that the conditions in these jails out there in Florida or anywhere else around the United States of America is satisfactory. I don't see them doing anything of the sort. So you only want to hold ICE accountable, but you don't want to hold the people that has been hurt and foundational Black Americans accountable at all. Like I said, you talk about what the American people want the opposite. You talk about protection and accountability, but you're not protecting or holding anyone accountable who's harming your number one constituency base. So all this other nonsense, like I said, you guys are making yourselves look like the devil we don't want nothing to do with. Some people will say, hey, it's better to go with the devil you know. No, hell no. Because it's a devil nonetheless. And when we look at what this devil is doing, he's making himself look worse than the next devil. And I'm like, y'all both devils, but how do you look like the ultimate devil at this point in time? That's because that's what they are at this point in time. They give no dams or screwballs about the people that they should be fighting for, the people that they should be trying to protect, the people that they should be trying to make sure all these agencies are held accountable to. Like I said, family, the more and more these people are talking, the more and more they're looking crazy. And everybody's just letting them talk.
Voting rights away from a lot of Black people in this country.
Wait, what voting rights is he taking away from Black voters?
Oh, if you look at the Say Back, that's exactly what we're talking about. That is actually going to continue to disenfranchise overwhelmingly a lot of people of color. There are so many civil rights organizations that have run the data. If we look at the way that it is going to disenfranchise Black voters, it's the same reason why Chuck Schumer called it Jim Crow 2.0. So, this is the same president. If we want to continue, I am talking about it. It's the way that you're putting new poll taxes on this when you're making people have. That's what we can call them now. It's kind of an idiom, right? If you want to say that people have to prove that they are citizens, that they have to prove with a voter ID. The reality is you're layering what is a constitutional right for the American people and making it harder for people to vote in this country, and it's going to disenfranchise Black voters.
Concern you that you're making all these claims? You've yet to lay out how it's hurting anyone, but 76% of Black voters think we should show an ID to vote. 80% of Hispanic voters, 83% of the American people. Are you saying that Black voters are too dumb to know what's good for them? I mean, it sounds pretty condescending to me. That's three-quarters of Black voters who want voter ID.
But that's not fair. The SAFE Act is not just about IDs. The SAFE Act is about proof of citizenship. So it doesn't. I actually. It also makes it very hard for married women who change their last name. This is all young people. It's not. It actually. There's an argument to be made that red state voters, women, poor white voters could be just as.
I know you think they're dumb too, don't you? Yeah, I mean that's the thing.
Nobody
hear these arguments. I've heard Democrats all week long.
Please don't. No. There's a deflection from talking about racism right there. You should be thinking about your constituents or your.
I think they're smart enough to figure out how to register to vote.
Hold on. Most Americans don't have a passport. Many Americans don't have access to their birth certificate. Many women, a majority of women who change their names for marriage have to provide additional proof that they have changed their legal names in order to register to vote.
I have heard Democrats
why don't you actually respond to the substance of what I'm saying?
I am. And
as opposed to making this about something that it's not. It's not just about voter ID.
Married women,
also about
Black voters, and rural people are too stupid to figure out how to register to vote.
That is not what the president.
Like I said, family, let them talk. That's what we're doing.
Right, we have to abolish ICE. We have to abolish the Customs and Border Patrol in the way they currently exist and replace them with something that actually does the work that we need for them to. Which is why we need a Congress that works and that is effective at holding these people in this administration accountable. I'll tell you what the work is not. The work is not killing American citizens. I'm interested in your opinion. What is the work that we need them to do? Absolutely. The work is not killing American citizens. It's not going to work we need them to do. Well, first, let's look at what they don't need to do. They don't need to go into communities like Memphis, Tennessee, where they're currently terrorizing and traumatizing our communities. What we also need to make sure is that we have elected officials who are creating a pathway of opportunity for people who are currently undocumented.
We need a federal law enforcement agency to deport illegal aliens, yes or no?
We do need a federal law enforcement agency that deals with immigration, that doesn't kill people.
Illegal aliens.
What we do also need is laws that make sure that people
Is there a single illegal alien that you would deport?
You know, this is what I want you to focus on.
Is there
I
one?
want you to focus on.
Wow.
There are a lot of people in this country, in this community, in our communities, that have done so much to make them better, and we need to be prioritizing
So the answer is no.
opportunity.
Is this the Democratic position for 26?
The
There are no illegal aliens that should be
The
deported?
Democratic position in 26 is that we don't terrorize American citizens. We don't terrorize undocumented
If you were advising
people, and we
Democrats in
don't kill
26, would you
people
advise
like
them to
Alex
answer this
Brady
question
and
this
Renee
way?
Good?
That you can't say there is a single illegal alien that should be deported by the federal government?
What is shocking to me is that you think you can narrow the challenges of
It's not narrow, it's broad.
immigration,
There's 20 million
you
here.
challenge the issues of immigration into one yes or no question, when the reality is the policies and practices
Should we follow the
of
law?
this
Is the yes or no question.
administration have led to the deaths of American citizens and has not produced the results.
No deportations. That's the Democratic position.
Wow. Scott Jennings is 100% correct. That is the position of the Democratic Party. And you can just hear it with what they say. They always tell you what ICE should not be doing, but they never tell you what ICE should be doing, right? They always tell you ICE should be abolished, ICE should be defunded, ICE should cease to exist. But they never tell you that, yes, we should still continue to deport illegals. They never say that. And here's the thing. Both of those two things can be true at the same time. If you truly wholeheartedly believe that deportations should continue or illegals should be deported, you can say that. Yes, I want illegals deported. If you believe that ICE should be reformed or ICE should change policies, you also can believe that. Those two things can exist at the same time, but they never ever tell you that. They only tell you that ICE should cease to exist, abolish ICE. ICE should be defunded, because if that was to happen, then the deportations stop, which is what they want. They don't want to deport anybody. Nobody. They believe that anybody and everybody should be able to come in here and get mass amnesty, and that the border should be wide open. And that's exactly what they're going to do. If Democrats gain power and control ever again, their border is going to be wide open. I can guarantee you.
So what's ended up happening is, since they didn't want to pass this SAVE Act, you know, Donald Trump, in his impulsive nature, Donald Trump said, well, since you guys don't want to pass the SAVE Act, guess what? I'll have ICE work with TSA, and, you know, it's going to be the most secure that it's ever been. Let's go to Tom Homan in the CNN. Let's go here, family.
President Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, if the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports, where they will do security like no one has ever seen before. Now, in a subsequent post, he said that he instructed ICE agents to be ready by Monday. And now the president is saying that you, sir, are going to be in charge. How is that going to work? Are ICE agents going to move into American airports starting tomorrow, Monday?
And to be clear, they're talking about actually tomorrow. This was put out earlier today. So tomorrow, everything is supposed to start. Shout out to our sister Sean C in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen. And thank you for being here. The Democrats know it makes absolutely no sense to be against the SAVE Act. We need ID for everything. What are we talking about here? You're absolutely correct. Like I said, this is the most common sense bill that I've seen in a long time. And the fact that the Democrats are making it seem like it's going to make the sky fall, that shows you that they really depend on those illegals going to the polls. That's what it really shows you. Shout out to our good sister Queen. Thank you for being here, my sister. And also shout out to our good brother Retro Gemini 99 in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Beatrice in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Want to make sure I got all right. Yeah. Much love to each and every one of you. Now, Let's let them continue.
Yes. And I'm currently working on the plan now of execution, working with the director of ICE and administrator at TSA, the acting administrator. So we'll put together a plan today and we'll execute tomorrow.
Okay, so there are a lot of questions here. First of all, are ICE agents even remotely trained to handle security at airports?
Shout out to Shun C once again in Cali. They want to pass a law to allow 16-year-olds to vote in elections. It's for immigrants so that their children can vote on behalf of their legal parents. Family, I hope that get voted down quickly as hell. Really, nowhere in these United States you're supposed to be able to vote at 16. So I don't even know how California would be able to do that. But if that is a situation that's happening, yeah, that needs to get voted down quickly. Very quickly. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for bringing that up. I have to look into that because that is preposterous if I ain't never heard it.
ICE agents receive a high level of training. And, the ICE agents are assigned at many airports across the country already. They do a lot of criminal investigation on smuggling at airports. But, there's got TSA agents covering exits, people that enter through the exits. Certainly a highly trained ICE law enforcement officer can cover an exit, makes people don't go through those exits, entering the airport through the exits. And that stuff like that relieves that TSA officer to go to screening and to reduce those lines. So wherever we can provide extra security, I don't see an ICE agent looking at an x-ray machine because they're not trained in that. There are certain parts of security that TSA is doing that we can move them off those jobs and put them in the specialized jobs to help move those lines.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. So what you're saying is when you move ICE into airports, they're going to be just around the exits and the exteriors. They're not going to be helping people get through the lines and screening people's bags.
Those discussions are going on now. I'm not expert at TSA, so that's why I'm talking to the TSA administrator and the ICE director, find out where we can fit in. We'll have a plan by the end of today where we're sending what airports we're starting with and where we're sending them. But that's the discussion we're having right now. I ended the discussion to do the show, and I'll be back having the discussions when I finish. So it's a work in progress, but we will be at the airports tomorrow helping TSA move those lines along.
And I know you said it's a work in progress, but at least at the beginning, are there specific airports that you're thinking about starting with? And how many ICE agents are you considering deploying to do this?
Again, that's going based on discussions we're having today. I think we need to, my opinion is that we concentrate on airports where the longest waits are. We prioritize those. The large airports where there's a long wait, like 3 hours. I think we got to prioritize what we do like we do everything else. So again, having those discussions, continued discussions after the show with the leadership of those agencies will lead us to some decisions based on prioritization, where we deploy, how quick we deploy, how many agents we deploy. So hopefully we'll have all those answers here by this afternoon, but we're working on it. And when we deploy tomorrow, we'll have a well thought out plan to execute.
With respect, if you're doing this in 24 hours, how well thought out could it possibly be?
Again, ICE has been at airports across the country for a long time. It's just expanding those things. Look, how much of a plan does it mean to guard an exit to make sure no one comes through that exit? We're talking about security options, and these officers are well trained in security, and they're well trained in identification. And look, we're going to do what we can to help TSA move those people through the line. And
last question on this, because this is important, and I realize that this is clearly a plane that you're creating while it's in the air here, but this is a question that a lot of people are asking. Is it just going to be crowd control, or will ICE officers also be doing immigration enforcement while they are at the airports?
We do immigration enforcement at airports all the time. So is that going to change? It's not going to change. This is about helping the men and women at TSA. They've lost several hundred employees. The lines are really slow because of the shutdown. This is about helping TSA do their mission and get the American public through that airport as quick as they can. Well, while adhering to all the security guidelines and the protocols, we're simply there to help TSA do their job in areas that don't need their specialized expertise, such as screening through the X-ray machine. Not training that, we won't do that. But there are roles we can play to release TSA officers from the non-significant roles, such as guarding an exit, so they can get back to the scanning machines and move people quicker. And we're just simply helping our fellow officers at TSA.
All right. Shout out to Summer Breeze. I'm rooting even harder ICE deportations. Much love to you. Miss D, what's up, my sister? Go ahead. I might have an answer for you. Go ahead and shoot it. Shoot the question, family. Yeah, so at the end of the day, right now, what we're seeing, we haven't saw anything change with the SAVE Act, but it, like I said, it's making the Democrats look worse and worse off. And as long as they continue along this path, I don't think that they're going to be winning as many seats as they think that they're going to win during the midterm. I truly believe this is going to hinder the Democratic Party severely in the midterm. Shout out to our brother Devon Scott in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. We are the Africans going to court to stop us from charging our lineage, changing our lineage from FBA back to African American. I don't know why the Africans think that they can go to court to do that. It to be honest with you, it's buffoonery. That's what it is. It's buffoonery. We're actually going to be touching on that real soon. I don't know why they think that they can go to a court to force them to force us identify to what they want us to identify to. Yeah, that doesn't work nowhere. You know, the Indians, the quote unquote, the Siberians, Putin's Mexicans, they've been to court trying to shut down some of our native brothers and sisters over on TikTok, and that didn't work out for them either. So I don't know what's up with these people and them thinking that they can go to the court system and force them to tell us what we're going to do with ourselves. We have self-determination, and that's what we're going to lead with, period, point in black. So no court can force us to name ourselves or rename ourselves or anything like that. And that's why the Democratic Party is going upside down on this situation, because no matter what they say and no matter what they do, we're shutting it down personally. We don't have to wait for no court. We ain't got to wait for no ambassador, nothing like that. We say hell to the no, and then it gets shut down. And the Democrats are running upside down because of it, to be honest with you. But thank you for that question, my sister. I don't know why the hell they think that going to the courts is going to force us to claim them again. No. That's not how things work. But speaking of which, let's go here, because basically what the Democrats are telling you, if they cannot cheat, then they have a problem. And I want to show you the problem that they have. But first, I want to go here to California. I want to go over here to California, because like our brother Damon just said, California is looking like it's going to be red really soon, especially in the governorship, in the gubernatorial race. That's what it really seems like, because nobody else is really getting up there. They're trying to convince people to drop out in order to make sure that they get somebody, because right now it looks like it's going to be 2 Republicans getting that runoff situation popping. Let's go here, family.
There are less than 3 months ago now before California's June primary, and the state is faced with a historic, unprecedented possibility. 2 Republicans heading into the November runoff.
It is a scenario that may have just been solidified, according to the latest poll from UC Berkeley.
There are so many Democrats running for governor that they're splitting up the vote, and that could result in the 2 leading Republicans finishing 1 and 2 in June, meaning they would go on, and only them, on to the November runoff. Now, here's a poll of the UC Berkeley Center for Governmental Studies and LA Times. Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco. Hilton, the former Fox News host, Chad Bianco, the Riverside County Sheriff, 1 and 2, followed by 8 Democrats. Eric Swalwell, the Democratic Congressman from the Bay Area. Katie Porter of Orange County, former Congresswoman. Tom Steyer, the billionaire out of the Bay Area, in double digits. Then the second chair candidates, former HHS Secretary Javier Becerra at 5%, former mayor of LA, Antonio Villaraigosa, 4. Matt Mahan, he's the mayor of San Jose, at just 4%. Betty Yee, the former controller, at 1. Tony Thurman, the superintendent of schools, at 1. Others, undecided, 16. This has the Democratic Party so concerned, they're putting a poll up for the next several weeks in order to show the candidates how poorly they're doing. And
let me pause here. Family, they're doing so bad. They're doing so bad. And I'm going to come back here, but I want to pull this back here. Hold on. The top people: Steve Hilton, 17%. Chad Blanco, excuse me, My bad, family. Had a text message. Chad Blanco, 16%. Your top people, Eric Swalwell, 13% of the Democrat, Katie Porter, 13%, Tom Setter, 10%. But when you go back here, there is 16% undecided. 16% undecided. What does that tell you? What it tells me is that the Democrats in California have no real message, because there is 16% of the voter population who don't know what to do with their vote. The Republicans are only leading at 17 and 16%. So one of the Republicans is tied with quite literally the undecided vote. So that means all of these Democrats, none of them have a message that's garnering that population of the 16% of undecided. That's how bad Democrats are doing in California. They're trying to convince one of these Democrats to drop dead, to drop out of the election, so that their percentage can go to one of the other 13% top Democrats. But here's the fact of the matter. Even if they were to convince these Democrats to drop out of the race, drop out of the election, these Democrats, all of these Democrats have already paid the fees. They've already put in the paperwork. So whether or not they decide to back out of the race, their name will still be on the ballot, which still puts them in danger of splitting that vote. Oh, family, the Democrats are down bad in California. That's how bad it is. You have 16% undecided. And instead of going after the 16% that are undecided, saying, look, I get that you're undecided. There's a lot of people in the race right now. Many of us are claiming to do A, B, and C. However, this is what I'm going to do for you. This is what I'm going to do for your community. This is what I'm going to bring. This is the resources that your community will see under my gubernatorial run. Instead of doing that, trying to get that undecided 16%, they're fighting each other, trying to convince one or the other to drop out so they can get one more point towards themselves, even if that point doesn't really show up for you, because it still goes to vote for a Tony Thurmond or a Betty Yee. They're showing that they have no agenda. They're showing that their number one talking point is Trump bad, Trump bad. We need somebody who's going to fight against Trump. You see, as a strategist, I would have told them, you got to go after that 16%. It's the same reason why Jasmine Crockpot lost her goddamn her election, her run for Senate. It's because these people don't understand how the hell politics actually work. They don't understand political strategy. They think as long as they have the backing, they'll be able to just toss out money and they'll get those votes. And the fact of the matter is, especially after Kamala, that is not the case. So, the Democrats just might be stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Shout out to our brother Hula Gang in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our sister M. Flower Noy. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here. Yep, Cali turned purple with Command Me, and you are absolutely correct. And to be honest with you, hold up, let me pull this back up. I don't even know if you would constitute this as purple, because there's way more red districts than blue. So maybe it's a fuchsia. It's it's not a dark royal purple. It is a fuchsia. It is maybe a pinkish purple. It is more red than purple. Let's just put it like that. Shout out to you, my sister Queen. Much love to you. Now, I want to go here because another thing that's happening in California is going to be hitting Illinois pretty soon, and it's going to be hitting New York. According to Scott Bassett, the Treasurer Secretary, they're going out and they're looking for the fraud in California, which will then lead to them looking for the fraud in Illinois, which will then lead to the fraud in New York. Let's hear what he has to say.
Earlier this morning, I met with several financial institutions and made clear we must do more to safeguard our nation from waste, fraud, and abuse. The time has come for accountability. President Trump wants accountability. I want accountability. The American people want accountability, and they will get accountability. That is why I'm announcing several initiatives Treasury is taking to target fraud here in Minnesota. And the Minnesota protocols will serve as a genesis and a launching pad for investigations into other states. First, we have followed the money and identified the money service businesses that may have transferred taxpayer funds overseas. Our team at FinCEN has just provided formal notification to these businesses that they are under investigation. These businesses had an obligation to comply with anti-money laundering laws, and they will be held responsible for any crimes they committed. FinCEN has also issued a geographic targeting order for Hennepin and Ramsey counties that require banks and money transmitters to report additional information about funds transferred outside the United States. This will put a microscope on these businesses, advance prosecutions, and assist in the recovery of funds laundered internationally. Fraudsters in Minnesota stole at least $300 million meant for children in need, and we must prevent fraud of this scale from occurring in the future. Accordingly, FinCEN today issued an alert to financial institutions that will help them identify and report specific warning signs of fraud in federal child nutrition programs. Fraud must be stamped out early, and this alert will help law enforcement do just that. Our investigators at IRS-CI have played a critical role in uncovering fraud, and the role of the IRS in these investigations will continue. I am pleased to announce that IRS Civil Enforcement is auditing financial institutions that facilitated the laundering of Minnesota funds, in addition to helping support criminal and civil enforcement efforts. The IRS will also soon announce the formation of a task force to investigate any fraud and abuse involving pandemic-era tax incentives and misuse of 501c3 tax-exempt status by entities implicated in the Minnesota-based social services fraud schemes. We are committed to preventing fraud and fraudulent nonprofits from taking advantage of the American taxpayer. Lastly, Treasury is providing training to Minnesota law enforcement on how to utilize financial data, such as suspicious activity reports, to better combat these fraud schemes. We will not let the incompetence and recalcitrance of Governor Walz stop law enforcement from holding these perpetrators accountable. President Trump is dedicated to ensuring honest Minnesotans are not cheated and their hard-earned tax dollars are not being abused. Treasury will deploy all tools to bring an end to this egregious, unchecked fraud and hold perpetrators to account. We look forward to sharing our findings and keeping you all updated.
Investigations now, indictment soon. Shout out to Aquarius Minded. And shout out to our sister Mrs. L in the building. Shout out my sister Queen Shalom. Thank you for being here as always. It is my pleasure, as well as our good brother Reef in the building, and our good brother Wild Williams in the building. Shalom to the both of you, and thank you both for being here. Much love to each and every one of you. Now, family, it's getting to the point where these folks in their nonsensical policies are coming back to bite them in the butt. And I want to go, let's take a trip over to New York for a second, if you don't mind, because you guys know that Mandani is over there. He's basically proposing to go up on the taxes over there, the death tax. He's trying to go to 50% on a death tax. So if you have a family member that dies or pass away and they leave you a house, you have to pay 50% on that house, or whatever the situation is, the 50% tax and all this other stuff. And, you know, with all of these type of policies that the Democrats keep coming with, they're pushing people out of their state. People are leaving New York in droves because of the fact that, they're trying to tax the average citizen out of the wazoo. And the fact of the matter is, what he's proposing is clear-cut socialism at its finest. When your loved one tried to leave you wealth, you got to pay me a 50% tax on that wealth. And if you don't have that, then the state takes ownership of whatever wealth your family was trying to leave to you. That is socialism. That is something that will destroy our country. But Mandani isn't the only person that I'm speaking about in this situation. I bring him up because I wanted to mention that tax, because just a year ago or whatnot, Kathy Hochul was out there quite literally telling people to leave if they didn't like her agenda. Well, people turned around and left because they didn't like her agenda. And now Kathy Hochul is sitting here begging people to come back to New York. Let's go.
I know New Yorkers are exasperated. They feel that everything's stacked against them. They're not getting ahead. Their rents are too damn high. Their childcare costs are high. Their utility bills, and thank you to Washington, we're going to have higher prices at the pump. We already do. Everything just seems so hard for people. So I understand that frustration. You should join me in the North Country yesterday in Ogdensburg and Watertown, and people are so upset about the tariffs, raising the cost of everything. So there is this anxiety, which is real, and we're continuing to address the affordability crisis, which I believe should be the number one priority of this legislative session. What can we do to take off some of that pain that New Yorkers are feeling that I hear about literally every day? What I want to make sure we are smart about is having a system in place where it's not just taxing for the sake of taxing, and being conscious of the fact that I need people who are high net worth to support the generous social programs that we want to have in our state. Right now, there are some patriotic millionaires who stepped up. Okay, cut me the checks. I mean, just if you want to be supportive, but maybe the first step should be go down to Palm Beach and see what we can bring back home, because our tax base has been eroded. So I philosophically don't have a problem. It is like I have to look at the fact that we are in competition with other states who have less of a tax burden on their corporations and their individuals. And I would say remote work changed everything. There were people who could only work in an office in Manhattan and work in New York State, and they were captives to our state. They were going to stay. We saw that that's not the case. I mean, Wall Street businesses looking at Texas, they're not going there because they have a nicer governor. I know that for sure. But they're going there because of the tax rate. We have to be smart about this. But we can fund what we want to fund with what we already are taking in.
Shout out to our sister C. Terry. Thank you for your super sticker. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. And thank you for being here as always. Shalom to you. Family, this was Kathy Hochul just a year ago.
The era
Sorry, a few short years ago.
of Trump and Zeldin and Molinaro, just jump on a bus and head down to Florida where you belong, okay? Get out of town. Get out of town. Because you don't represent our values. The era of Trump and Zeldin and Molinaro, just jump on a bus and head down to Florida where you belong, okay? Get out of town. Get out of town. Because you don't represent our values. You are not New Yorkers.
And being conscious of the fact that I need people who are high net worth to support the generous social programs that we want to have in our state. Right now, there are some patriotic millionaires who stepped up. Okay, cut me the checks. I mean, just if you want to be supportive, but maybe the first step should be go down to Palm Beach and see what we can bring back home, because our tax base has been eroded. So I philosophically don't have a problem. It is like I have to look at the fact that we are in competition with other states who have less of a tax burden on their corporations and their individuals. And I would say remote work changed everything. There were people who could only work in an office in Manhattan and work in New York State, and they were captives to our state. They were going to stay. We saw that that's not the case. I mean, Wall Street businesses looking at Texas, they're not going there because they have a nicer governor. I know that for sure. But they're going there because of the tax rate. We have to be smart about this. But we can fund what we want to fund with what we already are taking.
All right. Now, I played those clips because I want to make sure that people understand that these policies quite literally hurt the state. Not just this day. I'm talking about all of these policies from the Democrats hurt their states, hurt their citizens. And they continue to do so until they end up having to turn around and beg the federal government for grants or money in order to take care of those bills that they have from illegals. They quite literally will send the whole damn state into debt in order to take care of a bunch of people that shouldn't be in the country, while taxing the hell out of the people who are paying for those people to be in the country. Do you see the demonic nature of these people? That's what is happening. These folks are outlandishly demonic. They will put together all these programs for illegals and non-citizens. They will be told by many economists, hey, this will affect your state in X amount of ways. A, B, C, D, E, F, G will happen if you do this. They do it with their chest poked out. And then they have to come back a couple of years later, like Gavin Newsom did when he found out how many billions they wasted on healthcare for illegals. And that's what Kathy Hochul is doing now. She has to tuck her tail and come back to the American people and say, hey, everybody that moved to Florida, everybody that moved out of the New York, we need you to come back so you can fund the social programs that we have for illegals. This is the reality in which they're living in. This is the reality in which they created. And honestly, family, they need to just feel the pain. Let them feel the burn. Let them fall to the wayside. I want to see the party decimated. Because they keep playing in our faces, thinking that we're going to allow them to play in our face. And now it's all coming back home to you. The boomerang has swung right around that pole and it's coming right back at you. Family, I want to go here. Shout out to this brother here for what he had to say. Mr. Gene Robinson, let's get into it.
So I see you begging people to come back to the state of New York.
Hold on. Let me pull it back and let me slow it down.
So I see you begging people to come back to the state of New York.
I need people who are high net worth to support the generous social programs that we want to have in our state.
And now you have to beg companies to come back to your social enrichment program experiment that you're having in New York State.
Right. Now, there are some patriotic millionaires who stepped up. Okay, cut me the checks. I mean, just if you want to be supportive, but maybe the first step should be go down to Palm Beach and see who we can bring back home, because our tax base has been eroded. So I philosophically don't have a problem. It is like I have to look at the fact that we are in competition with other states who have less of a tax burden on their corporations and their individuals.
New York State is the worst state to raise a family and the worst state for taxes, the worst state for prices.
And I would say remote work changed everything. There were people who could only work in an office in Manhattan and work in New York State, and they were captives to our state. They were going to stay. We saw that that's not the case. I mean, Wall Street businesses looking at Texas, they're not going there because they have a nicer governor. I know that for sure. But they're going there because of the tax rate. We have to be smart about this. But we can fund what we want to fund with what we are.
The biggest class of people that you've lost are middle-class black individuals, black families. Did you know that? Catherine, Courtney, Hochul? Yeah, they're the ones that left. And now you have to beg companies to come back to your social enrichment program experiment that you're having in New York State. What that translates to us is that illegals will get more than us. Illegals will benefit from the state greater than us. That's why you're petitioning those that left that are in Texas and those that left that are in Florida. You're even trying to say that you're a better governor than them. But they have better states in every metric. New York State is the worst state to raise a family and the worst state for taxes, the worst state for prices. The inflation is incredible, and you caused that. Welcome to New York State.
Shout out to that brother Gene right there. Much love to him. Much love to him, because he's absolutely correct. You sit here and you create the condition in which you belong to, and then you start begging your constituents that used to be your constituents to come on back, come on home to help us fund these programs for illegals. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody around the world has kicked their feet up and is saying the same thing that I'm about to say. Well, everybody around these United States that's moved away from New York, because I say the same thing about moving back to California. It is a hell no. Don't get me wrong. I love California. I love my state because of the fact I was born there. And of course, my culture is Californian. But when you talk about moving back to California, hell no, let that state die. So I'm pretty sure, and I don't want to say that I speak for the folks who left New York City, but I'm pretty sure that they have the same consistency. Hell no. Let that state die. Damn New York. Y'all didn't give a damn about us while we were there. Why should we give a damn about you now that we're gone? I'm supposed to care about the program, the social experiment that you've been trying to do with these illegals with my tax dollars, and I'm supposed to just allow it. No. Y'all got what you came for. So live in it. Where is Ja Rule right now? He could be doing your theme music right now. Everybody will be living it up, we say. Live in it. You created it. Shout out to First Class Citizen. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. I guess these Democrats gave up on the banana in the tailpipe narrative, like ICE deportations is equivalent to kidnapping / slavery nonsense. No, you're absolutely right. I ain't been hearing that as of lately, but that's my point. I believe that these folks, they keep using these same narratives, those type of talking points, until they get called out by us. And then, like I said, they see how crazy they look, and then they stop using it so much. That's what I've been seeing a lot of. Every time we check these folks hard, once they get called out for the nonsensical rhetoric, they stop using the nonsensical rhetoric so much. But shout out to you and thank you for your contribution, family, and I appreciate you as always. And let me also give a B1 salute to our sister Faith Speaks Life in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my sister queen, and thank you for your Cashapp donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Now, speaking of New York, to all my New Yorkers out there, y'all got to be careful, because you got Mandani in there, and you got Kathy Hochul. And to be honest with you, you got an election coming up for your new AG. And you got another Mundani looking esque type person running for that AG seat. Let's go.
This year, New York will spend $126 billion on Medicaid.
Now, family, I'm going to slow this down. But Dinesh D'Souza's little sister is over here. Ramen Noodles got his little cousin over here. And I want y'all to pay attention to her talking points, because she sounds like a Republican, but she is a Democrat. Manduki. Kamami's younger cousin. Hey, And that makes a lot of sense because Kamami did run for AG in California. Her cousin trying to run in the footsteps. Okay, let's get into it. Shout out to you, my sister.
We spend more per resident than any other state, twice as much as New Jersey. In fact, even though our population has gone down, our Medicaid spending has gone up. That doesn't make any sense. And it's why we have to take a look at fraud. We know that Medicaid fraud happens. It happens when providers bill the government for healthcare that they don't actually provide. Like in this case, when therapists were supposed to be helping developmentally delayed children and went on vacation in the Dominican Republic instead. They billed Medicaid more than $500,000. That's just one example. We need someone to go through the bills and make sure that New York isn't getting scammed. Whose responsibility is that? The New York Attorney General. Just look at the website. The Attorney General has a Medicaid fraud control unit that is supposed to be the centerpiece of New York's efforts to investigate and prosecute Medicaid fraud. That unit used to recover hundreds of millions of dollars in stolen taxpayer money. But after Letitia James became Attorney General, all that changed. She cut staff and cut enforcement, and based on her own reports, her recoveries are staggeringly low. $19 million in a year? As a federal prosecutor, I personally prosecuted more fraud and recovered more money than that. That's not even counting the cases I supervised. All this failure, it's not because of a lack of funding. The unit has gotten a raise every year, even though it's producing fewer results. It's the largest unit in the country, and it's among the least productive. It has more staff than California, Texas, and Ohio, but runs far fewer investigations. In 2024, it had half as many investigations open as California and recovered 1/10 of the money. Total criminal recoveries, 25,000. That's pathetic. All this needs to change. When I'm Attorney General, I'll take on Medicaid fraud. I'll add 20 criminal fraud prosecutors to the Medicaid unit. I'll ramp up civil enforcement with the False Claims Act, and I'll aggressively go after the fraudsters. Because when people steal Medicaid money, it affects all of us. It raises our taxes, it raises our health care, and it means that the vulnerable New Yorkers who actually need the help aren't getting it. That has to change. Join us and let's stop the scamming of the New York taxpayer. Learn more about us and support our campaign at Saritha4NewYork.com.
Now, family, y'all let me know. Do y'all think she's going to get in there and she's going to audit the whole situation? Is she going to audit Medicare? Is she going to go after the fraudsters like she claims to be doing? Or is she going to be the same person as Mundani? Or is she going to be the same person as someone like a ramen noodle? This woman, her first thing, the first sentence she says, in her first sentence, she says, and she says it very nonchalantly, is, well, even though the population has gone down, healthcare has gone up. How does that make any sense? Well, if you were a person who tells the truth, you would be able to say what it is right off the vert. It makes sense because you're giving Medicare to a bunch of illegals. The citizens are moving out of the state and the illegals are moving in. And so you're funding more illegals while less taxpayer dollars are going to that funding area. Why? Because people are moving out of the state, taking their tax dollars with them. A person who's honest would have been able to say it just like that. If population goes down and the healthcare goes up, that means that quite literally citizens are leaving and illegals are coming in, getting those benefits, and there's less citizens to pay for these programs because they're leaving the state and taking their tax dollars with them to a different state. So if you can't say that, you don't need to be Attorney General. That just shows me that you're trying to look like you're going to be tough. And then when you get in there, oh, the amnesia will kick in. What do you mean I said I was going to prosecute people for Medicare fraud? What do you mean I said I was going to audit the Medicare facility? That's how easy it is. Shout out to Mindful Abundance in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. My sister Queen said simple math or tether math. That is what it is. It is simple math. And they try hard to make it seem like you're just not intelligent enough to understand the math. And when I said there's people leaving the party because of the nonsense in the Democratic Party, let's go here.
I spent my entire life as a Democrat, and the way I feel right now, I will never vote for a Democrat ever again in my life. Honestly, I stayed loyal to the Democrat Party way longer than I probably should have. I mean, I voted for Obama in 2012. I was a Bernie babe in 2016. In 2020, I voted independent because I was starting to get fed up with the Democrat Party. And during the 2024 election is when I really realized that a lot of the things that the Democrats were saying either didn't make any sense or were completely opposite of what we had been saying for the past 4 years. And I honestly just cannot see myself supporting a party that doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, for instance, we spent the last 4 years telling people that it was privileged to care about gas prices when people were dying overseas, that the president doesn't control the gas prices. And now you guys are saying the direct opposite of all of that. You guys are simultaneously making the argument that borders don't matter and that we should be ashamed because we stole the land from the Native Americans. If a mass migration of 25 million Americans into this country over the past 4 years is not a problem to you, then the fact that we migrated here all those years ago should also not be a problem. It's like, pick a side of the argument. You can't be on both sides. Is mass migration a good or a bad thing? And you say that voter ID laws are not necessary because it's already in the Constitution that you have to be a U.S. citizen to vote. But if that's the case, then why did we need DEI if we already had affirmative action? You say that no one should be able to tell you that you can't get steak and lobster and soft drinks and junk food on your EBT, but you're mad that the military is getting steak and lobster? And mind you, they were fed this steak and lobster before they went overseas to fight for the liberation of the oppressed peoples that you all claim to care about so much. Now, I'm not really like one way or the other on the whole pronoun thing. I don't really think it's that big of a deal to call trans people by the correct pronouns, but y'all can't keep saying that consent matters. And then when a grown man in a dress with zero evidence of actually being trans wants to be called she, her, and we say no, suddenly our consent doesn't matter. Because actual real trans people who suffer from gender dysphoria are being further ostracized from society because of the people that are taking advantage of their situation.
Let me touch on that as well. Because the Democratic Party has been going around for all 4 years under Joe Biden trying to force identity situations onto foundational Black Americans. And what I mean by identity situations is just like she said, they tried to force every one of us to say trans women are women, trans men are men. They tried to push the they, them talking points on us, tried to push non-binary, all this other stuff. But yet, when we call ourselves foundational Black Americans, the sky fall. Do you see how hypocritical this stuff is? It is the Democrats that are coming out trying to make us illegals, try to make us comparable to immigrants. And we keep telling them that we are not comparable to immigrants. We keep telling them that we are Americans through and through. We keep telling them that we are foundational Black Americans, but yet every time you turn around, it is the Democratic Party that is sitting here basically telling you that you are an immigrant. It is the Democratic Party that keeps on trying to use your history and your lineage, your culture, in order to benefit other damn people. And we're going to get to that right now after this woman is done. We're going to get to it right after this woman is done. The March on Musty, which proves our point. These folks have no respect. Shout out to First Class Citizen once again for this super chat. Your donation is blessed once again, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Scam Mala, the scumbag losing the 2024 election, has really messed up the Tethercratic Party agenda. I love that word, the Tethercratic. The Tethercratic Party agenda. It has been a total expose ever since the fiasco, excuse me. Family, these people, and I love that you put it in that way too. These people have been going downhill, downhill, downhill ever since we said no to Kamala. We said no to one scam. They keep trying to bring us scam after scam after scam after scam, and all it's doing is continuously exposing them for the scam artists that they are. We're exposing the Democratic Party for the snake oil salesmen that they are. That's what's really getting it. That's what the delineation is, exposing the snake oil salesmen. For all the years they've been coming to the community trying to sell us the little tummy medicine, saying, hey, this right here get you right. For all the years they were coming to the community, bringing us false gold, talking about they found it on the other side of the planet. At the end of the day, delineation is exposing the snake oil salesman. Shout out to you for that as well. Now, I want to get over here. I was going to let this woman continue, but I want to get to the brass tacks. But before we do, we got to talk about one more thing with the illegals, something that is now going to be done. So apparently, Trump has ordered that all the banks must now verify citizenship as well. Oh, yes. That is tremendous. I love that. Let's go here, family.
Trump could soon force banks to take part in an immigration crackdown. What I mean by that, sources tell CNN the administration is considering requiring financial institutions to collect and verify their customers' citizenship status, something banks aren't currently required to do. One source says the new policy could come through an executive order. CNN's Matt Egan is following this story for us. So, Matt, what are you learning about how banks are responding to this possibility?
Yeah, well, Omar, this does appear to be part of the Trump administration's aggressive immigration crackdown. Sources tell CNN's Priscilla Alvarez and I that the administration is considering new action that would require banks to check the citizenship status of their customers. Now, this would be something that would actually apply not just on a go-forward basis, but also to existing customers, which is pretty stunning when you think about just how many customers the banks already have.
Retroactively. Continue. Shout out to our brother Boilermaker in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family, as well as our brother Noah Randall. Much love to the both of you.
Now, this action could also require banks to check a different category of documents than what they normally look at, including passports. Now, I do want to stress that nothing here has been announced or finalized. It's not clear here whether or not this would come in the form of an executive order or some other action. We reached out to the White House, and a spokesperson said that any reporting on policy that hasn't been officially announced is just speculation. But some Republicans do support this. Republican Senator Tom Cotton, he put out a post on X yesterday where he said, I strongly support President Trump taking action to prevent illegal migrants from accessing our banking system. And he said he sent a letter to Treasury last fall asking for an investigation into this matter, and that he plans to introduce legislation on this issue shortly. Now, Omar, you asked about how the industry is reacting. Officially, they're not really saying much, right? Representatives from major banks, from bank trade groups, they haven't commented on this. However, sources do tell CNN that the industry is concerned here because they're worried that this kind of action, it could almost compel them to be part of the administration's immigration crackdown. One financial industry source told me that verifying every bank customer's citizenship status would be unworkable. This source said it's a bad idea. We are very alarmed. Now, banks are required to adhere to anti-money laundering rules, know your customer rules, but they don't track the citizenship status of their customers. So if this did become official, that would certainly be a significant change. There's also some questions about whether or not this could discourage immigrants from keeping their money in the bank. Even undocumented immigrants, they do play a significant role in this economy. In 2023 alone, undocumented immigrants, they paid $90 billion in federal, state, and local taxes, and they had spending power of nearly $300 billion. And just one other point for you here, Omar. The president does talk a lot about cutting red tape. It's something he's very proud of. Something that he mentioned during the State of the Union last night, where he took credit for cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. But this potential action related to banks and the immigration crackdown does show how, in some cases, the president has actually added new red tape and regulation where he sees fit. Back to you.
Something to watch for moving forward. Matt Egan, appreciate the reporting.
I'm going to be honest with your family. If he gets that done, that'll be one of the most toughest blows dealt to the illegal class here in America. That would be one of the toughest blows. Pause. They're going to have to keep the money under the mattress. They're going to have to put the money under the mattress. Shout out to Mr. Popularity. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. As always, it is a pleasure to see you. Now, let's get over to the real meat and potatoes of why we're here. Let's get over it. I do too, my sister. I 100% hope it goes through, and I hope it hit all their pockets badly. Much needed. That is much needed. Shout out to Rhonda. Thank you for being here. Much love to you. And thank you for this comment as well. Immigrants only have 300 million spending while they had stolen billions. Enough said. Enough said. Shout out to you for that comment, family. Much love. Absolutely. Now, family, it's time we go here. We're going to have to go here, family. Let me pull this down. Now, y'all heard about the March on Must that took place. The illegals, I mean, not the illegals, excuse me, the Somalians and all the different, I don't know, groups that they showed up with. Went down to Selma and did the march on the Edmonds Pettis Bridge. And family, when I saw this, the Most High gave me a message to bring to the family. And I want to make sure, and give me 1 second because I got to get this all queued up here. I want to make sure the family understands what's happening here, because there's something going on. And our sister Brooke actually spoke about this. She spoke about how the Ghanaians are supposed to be coming over on the 25th of March, I believe she said. Either the 25th or the 28th of March. It was something like that. And they're going to be coming over here to lay a wreath over at one of our mass grave sites. And the fact of the matter is this. Our sister said that she believes that it is witchcraft. Well, family, I got confirmation from the Most High that our sister is absolutely correct. When I saw what they did on the bridge, the Most High spoke to me personally and told me they're trying to do a ritual on that bridge. The Most High said they're trying to pull our ancestors' energy from that bridge in order to put more energy into their movement. So they're trying to perform a ritual. And the Most High made me understand that this isn't the first time, because that's what the Democratic Party continues to do. We just seen, let's go here. We just seen Westmore try to do the exact same thing. The exact same thing. But I'm going to show you the difference in between Westmore and the Somalian tethers who tried to do it. Now, Westmore's a tether too, but I'm going to show you what is going on and why the Somalian musty walk, the walk on must, the million man must walk is going to fail. Just like Westmore's is going to fail, but more so the Somalis, the Most High says. And this is why. Let's go here. This is their little musty march.
But the movement is transformed from them and then to us and now. This is our moment because our time has come to defend our rights. This is one step in that great legacy. Let's march with solemnity. Keep hope alive! 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 Se siente, Minnesota está presente. Se ve, se siente, Minnesota está presente. Se siente, Minnesota está presente. Se ve, se siente, Minnesota está presente. Somebody! 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 Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday.
Shout out to our sister Renaissance woman in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as Nito. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well as JMC Queen in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as Tether Hunter in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. Family, now let's get into the why. As the video starts off, what did he say?
But the movement is transformed from them and then to us and now.
Because the movement has transformed from them and then to us and now. Who is the them? The them is foundational Black Americans. What is the then? The civil rights movement. To them, the Somalis, and now. Number one, your ritual will not work because you're on our land, where our blood was spilled, where our ancestors fought and was bit by dogs and was beat over the head with billy clubs and had to go through so many atrocities. That was our ancestors. The connection there does not apply to none of these people there. It's like me going over to Africa trying to connect with my ancestors over in Africa, knowing that they're not my ancestors. It's like me going to Africa trying to connect with their ancestors and steal the spiritual energy of their ancestors to put it on my back in order to make sure my movement makes it. That's not going to work. The ancestors here are not rocking with you folks. You guys have no spiritual ties to our ancestors. You guys have no physical ties to our ancestors. You guys came over here disrespecting our ancestors left and right. Oh, y'all didn't do nothing in the civil rights movement. It's the white man that brought us here. It is the white man that give us the opportunities. If it wasn't for the white man, then I wouldn't be here. That's y'all energy. Our ancestor energy is not for you. Our ancestral energy is not for you. You guys who came over here and said, I am not black, I'm a Somalian, and called us the N-word with the hard ERs. All the Mexicans who are out there singing songs in Spanish, y'all was disrespecting foundational black Americans not too long ago. Y'all was sitting here calling us every name under the sun except for the children of the Most High. You said that you created things that we created. You said that we are not the natives of this land. You said we have no tie to this land. But yet, here you guys are trying to use our culture, trying to use our ancestors in a place where our ancestors shed blood to try to harness their energy in order to push your agenda forward. And the Most High said, no, that's not going to work whatsoever. The Most High says to me that all these people are doing is the same thing as that the Democrats are doing, showing exactly why the delineation is necessary, showing exactly why they got to stand on their own, and they're showing exactly why the ancestors do not hear people who don't have an attachment to them. The Most High says that this is not a prop. This is our blood. This is our DNA that is in the soil. And these people are trying to play with our DNA, with our blood in the soil. And that energy will not be played with. And every year, the Democratic Party is out there. Every year, walking across the damn bridge. Same thing goes with these folk. But you know the difference in between what we see here and what we see here? In case you haven't noticed, the Democrats, whoever put this one together, wasn't intelligent enough to really look into what the ritual partook with, what you needed in order to do the ritual. And what do you need in order to do the ritual? You need something that's going to tie to the blood that's in the soil there. So you need the people who ties into the blood of the soil to march across that bridge with you. The people who ties into the blood and the soil and the DNA. Their DNA and blood calls out to the DNA and the blood inside of the soil. And that's how the energy is garnered. You cannot call an energy that does not belong to you. It has never belonged to you. So when the Democrats usually put these things together, you quite literally always see somebody like an Al Sharpton who does have blood in the soil. Somebody like an MLK Jr. III who does have blood in the soil. They go and get our elders who are the last living survivors in these protests and walks and things like that. They go and make sure to bring people who has the blood and DNA of the soil to the soil to garner whatever energy they're trying to garner out of here. However, with these tethers, with the Somalians, they have none of which. They don't have no Al Sharpton out there. They don't have anybody like an MLK III or anybody who really has blood ties to the soil in the land of Selma. They got all these people who are out here doing nothing but trying to use what belongs to our history in order to build themselves up for breaking the laws. Asians, Mexicans, white folks, tethers, all these folks who has made it their business to be anti-foundational Black American. This is why this will fail tenfold. The Most High also told me this will fail. But there are energies that these people do not understand is working against them because of this Specific disrespect. This specific disrespect will not go unanswered. It will not go unanswered. And the ancestors will be moving with expeditious speed. You mark my words. And when it happens, you know we're going to talk about it. We're even going to do a nice little black and petty about it. The Most High told me not only will this fail, but it's going to fail in a way where it's going to be main stage to where people are going to see when you're disrespecting foundational Black Americans' lineage like this, when you're using what happened to us as a cosplay experience, oh, it's going to be on the big stage showing what happens to all of them. So I wouldn't be surprised if ICE ramps up tenfold. I wouldn't be surprised if Somali after Somali after Somali gets locked up. I wouldn't be surprised if any of these people get deported to a country in which they don't belong to and never have seen. Shout out to Sean in the building. Much love to you. Sinners in real time. Vampires all over. And you are absolutely correct. And the fact of the matter is this. You can try your hardest, but the energy is not and will not be with you. Ever. Especially because we've called the energy back to us. Our ancestors are standing on business right now because we're standing on business with them. We're standing on business in the physical. They're standing on business in the spiritual, and the business is being stood on. A B1 salute and a shalom to our good brother Christopher Ellis. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Out here looking like refried beans and a blunt almond and a burnt almond in the potato salad, not the burnt almond in the potato salad. Why are you toasting almonds anyway? Why are almonds in the potato salad? But if you're putting them in the potato salad, why are they burnt? Why are you roasting the almonds? I'm just asking. I don't want to know. I'm not asking for a friend. I'm just curious, to be honest. Exactly, my sister. We are our ancestors. And the fact that they keep disrespecting us while trying to pull our ancestral energy, that's going to get you in a place where you don't want to be. You see, family, and I want to make sure people understand what's going on. When you call on someone else's ancestors, do you know that's like calling on a vengeful spirit? Yeah, because here's the thing. Whenever we call on our ancestors, we have that blood tie. We have that DNA. So our ancestors is tethered to us, and we're tethered to our ancestors. But when a random person tries to do witchcraft or tries to call on or summon our spirits, that right there, that will cause a very vengeful spirit. So playing with our ancestors and playing with our spiritual energies, that's not a good thing whatsoever. That's why the Bible tells you be very wary and very careful with witchcraft. Really, all spiritual systems tell you be very careful if you don't know what you're doing when it comes down to witchcraft, because you can call in spirits that has no tie to you. Hell, they say even be careful when drinking, because when you're drinking, what is the liquor called? It's called spirits. So when you're drinking, you can open yourself up to spirits that has no tie to you. So what they're doing right now on this bridge, they're trying to perform this ritual to move the energy from us and then to them and now, and the ancestors ain't going to have that. And even if you're successful in calling up the spirit, to bring in the spirit force, to summoning the spirit, then you got to deal with that vengeful spirit that do not recognize you whatsoever. Who are you? That's why we shouldn't practice hoodoo. No, hoodoo is a form of practices. It isn't witchcraft. Hoodoo is more root work, and it is also, a form of different practices. It is not a religion like voodoo is. So hoodoo comes along with things like not splitting a pole, don't sweep people's feet. If you do sweep somebody's feet, you spit on the broom. Like, there's practices, but it isn't a religious situation. We're not conjuring things up. And when we are speaking to our ancestors, we already know we're doing that through the Most High. The Most High allows us to speak to our ancestors. And I have to explain this a lot of the times too, because many folks don't understand that when you're giving love to your ancestors, that's just like giving love to angels. Some people say ancestors, others say angels, but at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. It is an ancestral tie and connection to you. And so if you're praising your ancestors due to the fact that the Most High has connected you and keeps you tethered to your ancestors. And that's why you have your angels on your shoulders. And then you have, your devils on your shoulders as well. So hoodoo isn't a problem. Hoodoo is just a bunch of practices that actually includes Christianity and Hebrewism, right? However, hoodoo can be a problem if someone who don't know what they're doing, namely someone who isn't a part of that culture, uses it in a way that isn't conducive to what hoodoo is. So in the very same way that a Haitian can come over here and say, oh, I practice hoodoo too. No, you're practicing hoodoo/voodoo because you're incorporated things like sacrifices and things like that into the system, excuse me. So it is good to understand the differences of all of it, because hoodoo is just a form. It's still practicing spirituality, but it isn't moving you away from the Most High. Voodoo is something totally different. And then witchcraft in itself is a lot different than root work. Root work really isn't witchcraft. Root work is 100% just working with the natural herbs and, spices that the land provides for you, because that's what you're tied to. You're tied to the land. Witchcraft, you're bringing in all kind of nonsense, blood work, sacrifices, things like that. So it is extremely different. It is extremely different. Hoodoo is not bad as long as you're practicing it in its purest form. Witchcraft, totally different. Voodoo, totally different. But much love to you, and thank you for that comment, family. Now, let's go over here to our good brother Donnie on timeout. Let's get into it.
Y'all, they're trying to erase the legacy of Bloody Sunday. You know how Black Americans marched from Montgomery to Selma for voter rights peacefully, only to be met by a violent mob of state troopers with tear gas and clubs? You know that legacy that's already solidified? They said they're moving that forward in the name of immigrant rights.
But the movement is transformed from them and then because our time has come to defend our rights. This is one step in that great legacy. Let's march with solemnity. Somebody!
Oh, deep in my heart.
Y'all don't see it, but I'm puking in my soul because out of all groups, you telling me Somalis decide to tether onto Black American legacy? These people that call Black Americans Jareers, all the years that Ilhan Omar been in office, she never addressed her Somali community as Black nor African because they're Somali, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just don't tether onto a legacy that's already been solidified. You cannot carry this legacy forward because this was for the voter rights of Black Americans. It wasn't for immigrant rights. Find another movement, right? I got a lot of respect for the free watermelon people because they're original. They found their own movement and carried out their own legacy. Why don't you find some of that? You know what I'm saying? Some originality. But yeah, this is disrespectful to me. This is despicable and quite disgusting. Find your own movements. Stop tethering on to Black American struggle because the Black American struggle does not run parallel to the immigrant struggle in this country. Again, Somalis.
Family, shout out to our sister Astarte Jones. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Shalom, my good sister. She said the Catholic Church Holy Communion eats the flesh and drinks the blood of pseudo Jesus of Caesar Bullion. Shout out to our good sister. Shout out to our good sister. Like I said, it's all ritual though. And that's the very same thing that they were trying to do. They were trying to pull off a ritual that had no type of energetic tied to it because the energy is all with us. And even the people that they could have went and got, they didn't. Like you could have went and got like Al Sharpton. He has blood ties to the land. You could have went and got, MLK the third, like this is what I mean. Like y'all are people who are not, y'all like first and second generations trying to tie yourself to a land that has nothing to do with you, trying to pull the energies from a situation that your DNA has no goddamn ancestral memory to. These folks are just ridiculous. This is why when I first saw it, I am offended, but I wasn't too offended because the Most High told me, look, I want you to pay attention. This is what's happening. They're trying their hardest to perform a ritual without the things needed in order to perform the ritual. And the ritual, it calls for the bloodline of the enslaved, the people who fought the fight. And that's why I made sure to show the picture here of who they usually have with them. Who they usually have with them. They're usually, even if the tether's in the forefront, the blood of the fighters are there. Whether these people are truly fighters or not, that is not the case. They truly have a blood tie to the soil, to the blood that was shed on this bridge. Let's go here, family. Shout out to our good brother, Professor Alon.
Why did the Somalians march on Selma? On March 7th, 1965, my ancestors marched against oppression in Selma, Alabama. My ancestors experienced so much violence in Selma that it was referred to as Bloody Sunday. In preparation for the march, my ancestors dressed their Sunday's best in preparation for Bloody Sunday. March 7th, 1965 was referred to as Bloody Sunday because so much of our blood was spilled trying to fight oppression. Suits and ties, dignified dresses. Even our college students dressed their Sunday's best. Our ancestors dressed their Sunday's best because they were prepared to be unalived. Several days ago, the Somalians marched on Selma. Number one, what does Somalia have to do with Selma? And number two, why didn't they have enough respect for my ancestors to even dress up? We the people means all the people? This march was yet another sign of absolute disrespect. Is this another attempt to steal our identity? We are not all. We're Foundation of Black America. Stop the destiny swap. We know them, but we ain't going. Why did the Somalians?
Shout out to our good brother, Professor Alon. And I'm going to be 100% clear when I say this. They've already told us what their goal is, regardless of the fact. Where their little prime minister came down here and said that we're here to take seats from Black Americans. Where Ilhan Omar was running around talking about how nobody is going to take over Somaliland while she's sitting in office because they got somebody in office on the inside and all this other blah, blah, blah. They already explained to you what they want to do. It is not just about stealing. It's the destiny swap, but it is not just about stealing the energy. This is what they've been saying they wanted to do. Let's go here. I just got to remind you guys. Let me pull this up. Let's go here.
Keep screaming this from every mountaintop I can. That's Hassan Ali, and this is Ilhan Omar. We know who Ilhan Omar. Hassan is the president or prime minister of Somalia. They had a roundtable meeting with nothing but Africans talking about getting into American politics, but understanding that they are 100% Somalian and they will never change. Now, in this clip that I'm about to show, Mr. Ali, Hassan Ali, is talking, and he's letting it be known that Ilhan Omar is there to take a Black American seat in Congress.
It is very important in Ilhan tayo Somali tayo meesha qofkii Soomaaliya oo aragtidiisu tahay nin miduu qaata ku siyaasa qofka qof mar
They are not here to be our friends. They are not here to fight for all Black people. They are here to fight for Somalians. That's it. Those are not my words. It's their words. It's their actions, right? So before y'all jump on here, look, just another jealous Black American. I'm not jealous of anything. We can't be beat. We're undefeated here. That's something y'all forgot. Mind you, this shit was on camera. So I want to know what y'all got to say about that. I already know that Black Americans have no allies at all. We don't have friends here. We don't have allies here, especially Africans. It's sad, but it's true. And it's not coming from us. It's coming from you guys, because you guys come over here to this country, automatically look at us as enemy number one. Then you get caught on camera doing this kind of shit. It's absolutely crazy, but I love when people show their true colors. Please tell me who you are so I can believe you the first time.
Now, family, I know that was pretty low. That's why I tried to stay quiet, try to silence as much as I can because I could not turn this up. And there is nothing in the back end over here that allows me to raise the volume on any one video or whatnot. However, family, like he was saying, these folks have already come over here and basically gave us their whole blueprint. They told us exactly what they want to do. They want to take seats. They want to take our legacy. They want to take our lineage, heritage, and culture. They want to destiny swap. And speaking of destiny swap, if you didn't know, we're going to talk about the Essence Fest and how they are in billions of dollars in debt. They were begging for Louisiana to bail them out. And, you know, it is hilarious because it looked like Essence Fest was going to be canceled. It looked like Essence Fest was actually going to be canceled. Then all of a sudden, they got the money, I guess, to pay off the people, all the different vendors, I guess, because they're going to be having it. And apparently, this is their lineup. The Essence Festival 2026 celebrates Black women in music. Wait, what? Family, correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't the Essence Festival always celebrated Black women in music? I mean, Essence was a Black woman's magazine. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just asking for a friend. And the lineup is, you got Cardi B, who's going to be headlining, which makes no damn sense. You have Patti LaBelle, Brandy and Monica, Lotto, and Kalani. First and foremost, there's only 3 black women that I see in this lineup. And that's Patti LaBelle, Brandy, and Monica. Yeah, I don't, yeah, family. The disrespect is loud. It's very loud. And Summer Breeze, I'm gonna be honest with you. Shout out to you. Patty, Monica, Brandy are off code. I don't want to say that they're off code as of yet. You know, they're entertainers. And if they're paid, they're going to entertain. Now, here's the thing. I want to know, and I'm glad everybody's making a lot of noise about this right now, because if they're hearing the noise, if they're hearing everybody and their critique of it, and they still choose to do it, that's one thing. But if they're not even getting our message, if they're not hearing us, you know what I mean? I can't expect them to understand the real problem. Now, Patti LaBelle, I know Patti LaBelle and Stephanie Mills, they be chopping it up. So I don't know if Stephanie Mills told Patty about what happened last year, but I expect that everybody's going to get an earful when they start really looking into it. Because really, and we're going to go over that in a second, they're not really making, you know, those seats are sold like a year in advance. Hell, because of the lack of sales, Patty, Monica, and Brandy might just drop. We don't know. But yeah, I don't want to say that they're off code right away, but that could be a possibility as well. Don't ever take that away. That is definitely still a possibility. Now, I want to give a shout out to the Homegirl Love Bulls Network. Let me pull this down, because my sister says she ain't having none of this stuff, none of the disrespect, none of the outlandish bull stuff that they pulled the last time around. And so she says she's going to take it upon herself to make sure, oh Jesus, to make sure that it stays fresh in everybody's mind. Let's go here.
So these African fuck niggas still playing in our face. Essence Festival of Culture, and the number one thing they like to say to Black Americans is we don't have culture. It's okay, Richard Lou Dennis. I'm gonna push a video every motherfucking day to make sure Black Americans are not at your dumbass event. And I went back and looked at 2015 Essence Festival poster, no of culture. Went back to 2010, no of culture. Went back even fucking further to the 2000s one, and look. No of culture. This is some shit that they're doing. See, but they don't know the history of Essence Fest, because they would know that we buy those tickets the year before. Let me show y'all these seat sales. Bitch, the whole fucking stadium is still available right now. And this event is 2.5 months away. And the whole stadium is still fucking available. That shit is a flop, bitch. It's a fucking flop. Smelling like Jollof rice, motherfucker. And just a message to Coca-Cola, who's still supporting the Essence Fest after they're disrespecting Black Americans. Bitch, I'll drink Pepsi from now the fuck on. So these African fuck niggas still.
Shout out to our sister Love Bulls News. And let me say this. Michael Jackson only rocked with Pepsi anyway. Damn Coca-Cola. I don't drink soda like that. But if I had to choose a dark soda to drink, I would go with what Michael Jackson was promoting. That's Pepsi. Damn Coca-Cola. God dang it. Shout out to that sister once again. So they hear the issue at hand. They hear all the disliking of the last event that they put on. They hear all of us standing up and saying, hell no, you won't be getting any money out of us. Why? Because you quite literally has shown that we're not your target. We're not your target market. And not just that, you've clearly shown that you don't want anybody to make money while you're making money, especially foundational Black Americans. Let's go here, family.
This is a temporary restraining order issued in New Orleans on behalf of Essence Magazine that stopped Black business owners from making money during Essence Fest. Let me explain. This is Tamika and Kim. They own Lit Diaries in Atlanta. They were putting on an event in partnership with Baldwin Company, who's owned by a brother named DJ in New Orleans, for Essence Weekend for Authors in New Orleans. Let me make a long story short. So Essence decides that they find out about this event that's happening at Baldwin Company. They send a cease and desist letter. The parties involved respond to this letter to make it clear to Essence that we're not trying to copy anything that you guys are doing. There's no branding associated. We're independent. We're on private property. All of these things. Essence gets that letter. They still file an order with the courts. 7:30 the morning of the event, they get an order from the court that says that they cannot have their event the day of the event, and it's canceled. They can't have their event because the courts have said that this Black business, these two Black women, this Black-owned bookstore in New Orleans can't have their event, and Essence is the reason. The city council president of New Orleans issued this statement, though. Council President J.P. Morrell says, my office is aware that an event planned by a local business on private property during Essence Fest was forced to shut down due to an alleged violation of the Clean Zone Ordinance. It is completely inappropriate for any large-scale event visiting the city of New Orleans to negatively impact our local businesses with something akin to a non-compete clause. It is especially concerning that the canceled event was organized by a Black-owned business and would have showcased Black female authors on a weekend that is supposed to be dedicated to Black culture. It was never the intent of the council for any ordinance, much less the Clean Zone Ordinance, to impact private businesses hosting private events that happen to coincide with the timing of Essence Fest. Here's my truth. The Black women who are a part of creating this event, as well as DJ, the business owner in New Orleans, are people who I have an admiration and respect for because they do tremendous work for our community. It is wholly disappointing that Essence would file such a document to stop Black folks from making money in New Orleans while you're a guest in our city. As great of a guest as you are, you're still coming here. And I'm gonna be honest with you, as big of a show as Essence is, to say that you're worried about a small event at a bookstore and filing documents to stop it, it's really unfortunate. And as a guardian of Black people and a guardian of the people of this state, I feel it's my obligation to say, y'all need to rectify this. You need to reach out to these folks. This is unacceptable, and this is not what we expect from Essence. We love what you do. We appreciate all that Essence is and represents, but you gotta do right by us, not sometime, but all the time.
All right, shout out to that brother. I would have to differ on just one point. We don't appreciate Essence over here. We're done with Essence. We appreciated Essence as in past tense, as in when we was running it, we appreciated it. But yeah, now, yeah, we don't appreciate them, especially when they can come talking about they're celebrating Black women, but then when it comes to Black women in their business, you want to have their business, their bookstore shut down because you don't want no competition with your event. Yeah, no. We're past that. We're past all of that. Shout out to Anita Harrell as well as Darlene in the building. Much love to the both of you, and thank you for being here. And with all that being said, family, they thought that they could be able to get up under it and say, well, who can we get to bring in the Negroes? Who can we get to bring in those FBA bucks? And unfortunately, they said they are going to be bringing in Tiana Taylor to join as the chief curator for 2026. I thought Tiana Taylor was Trinidadian. Come to find out, apparently she's half and half. But let me say this. I find Tiana Taylor to be a Very beautiful woman. Very beautiful. I find her to be very talented. She can dance. She can sing. I know her more for her dancing more than anything because she started singing a little bit later after she was dancing, but I know her more from her dancing. And I think that she's incredibly talented. Not in the acting realm, but, you know, in other areas of entertainment, I find her to be entertaining. But if you think that getting Tiana Taylor as the curator is going to bring foundational Black Americans back to essence, you are sadly mistaken, Richie Lou. Especially when we know that, god dang it, all the decision making isn't going to be done by Tiana. It's going to be done by your venture capitalist group and your new partner here. Essence Ventures and NCAC forge global cultural partnership at Lego Stakeholders Lunch. The Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, excuse me, I don't know what is going on here. My screen just started jumping out of nowhere. Okay. The Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, along NCAC and Essence Ventures, co-hosted a luncheon setting the stage for global collaboration of Black culture. So basically, in layman's terms, this is what they're trying to insert into the Essence Fest. And Richie Lou had already said he was going to be highlighting African culture in these festivals. So now he just linked up with another venture capitalist group in order to do so. Tell me why again we need to be supporting Essence Festival? Nah, these are the people that needs to be supporting it. These are the people that needs to be supporting it. And shout out to our brother Crew Reality. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. And I agree with you 100% full. The only Black culture is Black American culture. No other people are Black. And they said this several times out of their own damn mouths. All of a sudden, there's one Black culture or several Black cultures. No, there is several Black cultures, but not globally. Foundational Black Americans have a diaspora right here in the United States, from the north to the south, to the east, to the west, to the Midwest. We have different cultures all around these United States, but it's still a Black culture, Black American culture. All these people got different cultures. You got Nigerian culture, you got Lagos. Well, that's Nigeria. You got Nigerian culture here. It looks like Richie Lou, he's Liberian. So you got Liberian culture, Malian culture, or whatever else. These are all different countries with different cultures. These aren't Black goddamn cultures. Yeah, family, this whole situation with the Essence Fest, I am glad that all our sisters are out here, because the sisters are leading the charge. It ain't the brothers on this one. The sisters are out here leading the charge, making sure everybody understand why Essence Festival should not and could not and would not ever work without foundational Black Americans. Let's go here, family. Shout out to this sister.
If you heard about the Jollof versus Jambalaya competition, that's where that nonsense came from. And why did it flop? I'm gonna get back to the story. They might mention it in here. It flopped because the people, they expected our people to still show up for this nonsense. Again, we need to examine why people think they can think this way about us, right? Because it's like, well, let me see what I'm doing wrong to see why you think you can play with me like that, right? So they thought, we're going to rebrand your stuff to benefit our people, and it's not coming back. And we expect you to still show up. And then when we didn't show up, who should have shown up? They didn't show up either. Their own people didn't show up because it was the African and the Caribbeans. This is not knocking Africans or Caribbeans. I'm saying what happened in this event. This is what actually happened. Take it up with them. Argue with the facts. So we didn't show up because why would we? You just took our stuff. I'm not supporting appropriation, but hey, your own people, you stole it for them, right? Let them show up. They didn't show up either, which is now why that festival is in debt. They basically appropriated Essence Fest. The people they appropriated it from didn't show up to support, and neither did the people they appropriated it for. They didn't show up too. So nobody showed up and this thing flopped, of course, who got the blame? The people, the victims. The victims got the blame. All right. So finishing up. The reorientation sparked debate among longtime supporters. For decades, the festival had been viewed as a cultural cornerstone rooted in the experience of African Americans in the United States. Some critics argue that repositioning the event created confusion about its identity and core audience. Others contend that marketing towards a broader diasporic framework may have unintentionally distanced segments of its traditional base. You appropriated it, and the people, your victims, decided to sit it out. Shocking. Are you kidding me? That's like saying, why didn't I'm Italian, and I lobbied to have all the Chinese restaurants shut down so I can open up a Chinese restaurant. And now I can't understand why the Chinese people don't want to come eat at my Italian restaurant that serves Chinese food. I keep saying people hit these shores and their brains stop functioning. It's something going on here. Public officials are now reviewing the funding structure while organizers face pressure to clarify the festival's direction moving forward. That publicly funded part turns out part of the money they're in debt. They owe like millions of dollars to all their vendors and the performers. City of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana gave this event grants to cover that. Why have they not been paid? I assume nothing, but patterns are patterns for a reason.
Shout out to this sister, like I said, and she be killing it. She be killing it. Khalifa Media, make sure y'all go and support her because she be going the hell off. Much love to her. Like I said, family, these folks are trying to steal. They're trying to steal energy, and that's not working. Like I said, on the bridge, all they did was piss off the ancestors. With the Essence situation, they pissed off the ancestors as well, and that's why it flopped so damn hard last year. Not just that, but they're trying to, once again, like I said, every time you turn around, they're trying to take something or somebody out of our culture and claim it for their own because they need our energy. They can't do nothing without our energy or without us whatsoever. Let's move on to the next little crazy little situation I know that you all have been keeping tabs on. Let me pull this down. How many of you guys heard the nonsense that's been going on with Michael B. Jordan? Yeah, family, like I said, they're trying to destiny swap their ass off if I ain't never seen it. If I've never seen it. Let's get into this Michael B. Jordan situation. Give me 1 second, family. Let me pull this up because this is hilarious. This just goes to show that these people got no wins, and they do anything in their power in order to siphon our energy and our wins because they have none. The board is looking pretty bare on their side. The board is looking pretty bare on their side. So give me 1 second, family. Let me finish queuing this up here because it didn't, for some reason, It done took all my clips and started them over. Oh yeah, family, but this was this is some chicanery. I talk about chicanery, but damn it, hearing this in real time, it was one thing they were trying to steal Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder, I kind of get you trying to steal Stevie, but our brother Michael B, you just gonna come out of nowhere trying to say Michael B is Filipino, Michael B is Grenadian from Ghana. Let's go here, family. First, let's get into his speech, shall we?
Man, God is good. God is good. And yeah, mama, what's up? Y'all know how I feel about my mother and my father's here. Your pops, where you at? My dad came in from Ghana.
Now that one part right there sent all the tethers for a loop. He said, my father just flew in from Ghana.
My dad came in from Ghana. He flew in from Ghana to be here.
Michael B. Jordan has never said that his dad is from Ghana. He said, my dad just flew in from Ghana to be here. Now, family, this situation right here has once again proved what I always say about these tethers. These tethers have a comprehension issue. They can barely comprehend the English language. So when someone says, I just flew in from Ghana, they take it to mean that they're from Ghana. Like, this is how simple these people are. Roland Martin likes to run around calling us simple Simon mother effers. These are the most simple Simon mother effers I've ever seen. The simplest Simon. They take what they hear and they just, depending on what it is, they just take it at face value. So you got people like your Jason Fatlocks coming out. And you know, he had to come out hating, doing his little tap dance thing for the Nabisco. He said black men who earned their Oscars: Sidney Poitier, Denzel Washington, Jamie Foxx, Forrest Whitaker, and Will Smith. Black who won DEI Oscar, Michael B. Jordan. First and foremost, you fat, pudgy, pearl looking from Blade looking bastard. Let me be very clear. How is the #1 movie across the globe? DEI. Don't worry, I'll wait. See, Jason comes out and just say a bunch of dumb shit. Just a bunch of dumb shit. When it could be easily proven that Sinners made more money than many of the goddamn movies that was put out in the past year, 2 years. And it's still making money. And it's not even in the theaters. It is one of the most watched movies at this point in time. Now, partially because you got a bunch of, Nabiscos hating. They hate watching, but however he gets the views, But yeah, Jason, sit your fat ass down. Just sit down. Why don't you do some sit-ups with your neck so that you can lose some of the little 3 to 4 necks you got there? Extra meat skin you got on your throat, pause. Just go ahead and put it to work so you can stop sounding like a meat gobbling hater. And at the end of the day, there's only one real word that I can call you.
You's a cool nigga.
One more time.
You's a cool nigga.
For dramatic effect.
You's a cool nigga.
But I want you to see what the Nabiscos had to say. Shout out to Poe folks. Much love to him. I hope all is well with him because I heard he has cancer and he's fighting through it. Much love to him, and all my prayers go out to him. Let's continue.
Hey, y'all. Come look at this. Well, here we are. Just want to say a quick congratulations to Tim Timmons and Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan. What can you say about Michael B. Jordan? In-N-Out Burger, right? Why did he go to In-N-Out Burger? Because he wanted to, motherfucker. You couldn't hold Michael B. Jordan's screenplay. How the fuck you hating? Trying to insinuate some shit. You the least Baldwin. You ain't never had a hit nothing. All your movies go straight to DVD. And we don't even got DVD no more. Motherfucker can't get a movie on Tubi up here talking shit. All that winking. Maybe you should have winked for your career. Motherfucker ain't never had a blockbuster at Blockbuster. I can't name one of your goddamn movies. The closest thing you're going to be to an Oscar is sweeping up after the Oscars. Hey, y'all. Come look.
Shout out to Poe folks on that one. He said, I can't remember none of your movies. You ain't never had a blockbuster and all your movies are in Blockbuster. Shout out to Poe folks for that. That is hilarious. But yeah, all right, let's get into the ridiculousness out of it, even though that's ridiculous as well. But let's get into the Tether ridiculousness out of it. Like I said, family, these folks, they are in competition with us and we're not in competition with them. We don't even know who the hell they are. You dig me? I say this all the time. A fly, an elephant don't have to swat a damn fly because, you know, what's a fly to an elephant? An elephant can barely feel the fly, right? So this is what's happening with us in these tethers. These tethers are buzzing around us like flies, thinking that they're in competition with us, and we're a whole ass elephant walking around like, who are these Negroes? Who are these insects? It's like an ant to the boot. It's once again, it takes it back to the ant to the boot. The ant thinks that it can rock with the boot, and the boot just stepping all over it. Like, what is going on here? So when they heard Michael B. Jordan say that my father flew in from Ghana, their mindset switched on to say, yes, we finally got one on them niggas. We finally got one on them niggas. Think I'm joking? Here's a whole damn copulation.
Did I hear it right? Michael B. Jordan is Ghanaian.
Hold on, let me slow it down.
Oh, Oscar Nabel. I'm sorry, but did I hear it right? Michael B. Jordan is Ghanaian. Oh, Oscar Nabel Abokrom. We have finally won an Oscar.
This guy revealed that he is a Ghanaian the moment he showed to the world that the father flew in all the way from Ghana, bringing the Oscar back home. The Oscar award back home. Let's listen to this video.
Dad came in from Ghana.
If you watched The Sinners, you can be able to tell that this young man is a Ghanaian. The way he acted that movie, I even heard some things like he was dropping some true languages there.
Bro, is Ghana, man. The Ghana is growing all over the global world, bro.
Michael B. Jordan. Yeah, well, he made history at the 98th Oscars. It was such a beautiful night.
Kweku Berima, Jordan. Yeah.
It was such
I didn't know his father was
beautiful
Ghanaian.
I mean, same. I didn't know.
I know his mother is Nigerian.
Yeah.
I know his father was Ghanaian. That's very
I
interesting.
didn't know that.
Your pops, where you at? My dad came in from Ghana. He flew in from Ghana to be here. My brother, my sister's here. My family.
So I just discovered that Michael B. Jordan, the Oscar winner, yes, he won, might be Ghanaian. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Do you see how excited these people were? and to some extent still are, because they refuse to listen to any of us tell them, hey, no, his mother is not Nigerian. I don't know where the hell you got that from. His mother's from Arkansas, and his father is from the same damn place that my father is from, Shreveport, Louisiana. Oh, they don't want to hear that. He said it himself. No, he said that his father flew in from Ghana. Does not mean that his father is from Ghana. These folks don't have any type of working brain cells. Let's go here, family. Shout out to Michael B. Jordan once again.
Families from Shreveport, Louisiana. My mom's side of the family's from Hope, Arkansas. That side of the family's from Shreveport, Louisiana. My mom's side of the family's from Hope, Arkansas. Freedom and a piece of them deal with the harsh reality of the Deep South and Jim Crow era. That side of the family's from Shreveport, Louisiana. My mom's side of the family's from Hope, Arkansas. So having a family history and lineage from the South is something that was always there. I guess realizing and contextualizing a bit that the movie that we were making somehow is basically my grandparents' story also. Realizing like you only really realize your grandmother and your grandfather, you only know them as older people. But you forget they're like they were 25 too, having a good time, you know what I'm saying? And trying to, deal with the harsh reality of the Deep South and Jim Crow era and how they were trying to find a piece of freedom and a piece of themselves, as side of the families from Shreveport, Louisiana, my mom's.
That simple, that plain. Now, I will give this woman here her credit, because once she was tagged in that video, and I know because I tagged her in that damn video, she came back, and of course she had to do somebody else's little comment, but I put the video in her chat. She came back and she did not really apologize, but she basically said, oh, I didn't know that. But then she tried to give more light to areas in which she's from. Talking about, I bet y'all don't know where this country is. Like, we give a damn. We're not talking about your country. But let's get into it.
Thank you for this clarification. Now we know Michael B. Jordan is Afro-American or Black American. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm Dutch Surinamese. We are from Suriname. A lot of people here that are here on social media don't even know where Suriname is.
Nor do we care, because this isn't a situation talking about Suriname. This is a situation talking about a foundational Black American getting an award for playing a foundational Black American. Why would we care about Suriname? But continue.
So anyway, me assuming that he said he's from Ghana, maybe him from Ghana. There's so many stars in America, from Boris Kudrow to Idris Elba, who have Ghanaian roots. So
what the hell does any of those people got to do with Michael B. Jordan? And Idris Elba is not from America. He's from the UK.
I'm thinking, hey, everybody has Ghanaian roots. Oh, that's why Michael B. Jordan's so fine. Anyway, I just love Ghana. These are my Ghanaian earrings, by the way, and my jewelry. I just fell in love with the culture. I so recognize a lot of the culture in my Surinamese culture, and there are proven like relations. So I thought, hey, maybe it's the same. But now I know.
No, it's nowhere near the same, lady. It is nowhere near the same. Now, if you think that brother right there is from Ghana, when him and his son have the exact same hairline, the exact same forehead, they got the exact same cheekbone structure, the exact same nose. And if Michael B. grows out a beard, I'm pretty sure it would look like his father as well. Y'all hoped that his father was from Ghana so that you can have quite literally a one-up. Oh, we finally got an Oscar. Unless that Oscar is a Mexican being deported, I wouldn't I wouldn't count on it for too much, all right? Yeah. I don't see an Oscar in the future of Ghana or a Ghanaian at all. Hell, people can barely stand to hear you talk. What make you think that people are going to be able to watch a full movie with you in it? Sounding like this, my nigga. Anyhow, I digress. Shout out to our good brother Cool Keezy in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my good brother. Now let's get to the sisters. You know, got to get some laughs in real quick. Shout out to our sisters.
So supposedly the Ghanaians are claiming Michael B. Jordan because he made a statement during his speech that his father was flying in from Ghana. Now, I don't know how that equates to him being Ghanaian, but hey, I've heard more surprising things. So who knows? At this point, I question everybody because, man, these people have a history of coming over here and pretending to be Black American and, appropriating and, finding success. And then all of a sudden their great grandfather is African and their grandmother is this. And look, in my opinion, all it shows is that you're exactly what we've already known. And that is that you use Black culture and Black people as a come up. That's all that it would prove. If that's true. But even if mine is Michael B. Jordan, because again, I don't know if it is or ain't. The fact of the matter is there's proof that a lot of people do that. That's the thing. A lot of y'all do that. There's plenty of interviews of y'all talking about how y'all come here and assimilate and I had to get rid of my accent and I was ashamed and all this other stuff. Again, it shows y'all projection that the self-hate comes from y'all, but y'all don't want to admit that. And the self-love that you garner is from being around Black Americans who are unapologetically Black at all times, no matter where we go. Doesn't matter. But yeah, that just, again, and for the ones who do like that, who work like that, to me, your wins are not respected. Not at all. Not whatsoever. But hey, more power to the Ghanaian Michael B. Jordan.
So I've been seeing the funniest thing today. The funniest thing today is all down my timeline. Why are people saying Michael B. Jordan's dad is Ghanaian just because Michael B. Jordan said that his daddy flew in from Ghana? What? I mean, hold down arguments. hold down arguments about Michael B. Jordan's dad, who is actually from the United States of America. But just because Michael B. Jordan said he flew in from Ghana, all of a sudden people think he's Ghanaian? Y'all, Michael B. Jordan and his parents are from the United States of America. What? No, nobody. I mean, I do believe that his family is Pan-African. He is definitely an ethnic Black American. He really is. His parents are. I think they're from California. I think they are really from California, but they have roots like most ethnic Black Americans. Hey, our roots, our home is in the South. In the South, so he's from the South. More, I think I want to say Louisiana. I do want to say Louisiana. Now, as far as his dad's name, his dad's name is Michael Jordan. Yeah. Yeah, so he's named after his dad. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is so weird. I cannot believe. I had no idea that Michael B. Jordan just mentioning a country would have this effect. Just mentioning the country. I mean, shoot. That is some real real cultural pull right there. That is some real, that's some pull right there. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's wow. That's wow to me because I mean thousands of people, thousands. That's wow. Killmonger was my favorite character. I love Killmonger. Okay. Maybe I'm the only one, but I love Killmonger. I really love Killmonger. He did that. Okay. He did that. All right. But there wasn't this much when he did Killmonger. It wasn't this much. But he said, my dad flew in from Ghana. Oh, so I've been seeing.
Shout out to her. I'm sorry, that just threw me for a loop, the whole little ending part right there. But also when our sister said, shout out to our sister Angelic. She said they really jumped in with both feet. It didn't take them no time. They didn't even think. They didn't take time to research. They just got out there. Oh, Michael B. Jordan is Ghanaian. Ghana has gotten an Oscar. Oh shoot. Yeah, most people love Killmonger. You know, Killmonger, for the most part, he's like a Thanos figure where some people debate that he's actually correct and T'Challa was incorrect. But yeah, Killmonger is one of the top loved characters in Marvel as a villain, to be honest with you. Oh, family. But to end off on that, family, just not just that. I want y'all to see the reach of people seeing us get attention, seeing us get our accolades, and then they try to make it about themselves. So they saw that Michael B. Jordan won the Oscar, and then they saw the Africans trying to claim Michael B. Jordan. And they also saw some Filipinos saying, I could see some Filipino features. So now this Asian woman, shout out to our good brother Breeze Omega in the building. Much love to you. I checked out your last broadcast that you did. My brother was spitting facts and fire, so y'all make sure to go and check our good brother Breeze Omega out on his platform as well. However, and we're going to be getting into that too, because I'm going to be doing a broadcast on the backstabbers, and I'm glad that you put that video out about Adonis and what he was doing on the little off cold stuff, because I also have a video of him saying basically some off cold stuff. So I'm going to be talking about the backstabbers pretty soon. So we're going to be talking about Adonis. We're going to be talking about 19 keys. Sorry, I'm about to say 14 keys. And we're going to talk about some of these folks that are on TikTok who are claiming to be FBA, but their background is quite literally African. So shout out to our good brother Breeze Omega for that, because I'm glad that I saw that video, because I was able to put it into the queue with the other videos I had set up already. Shout out to our sister M. Hampton in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. But family, like I said, they see all the accolades that we're getting, where they're seeing the attention that we're getting, and now you're seeing the Asians trying to make the movie about them. Sinners gave us 2 hot Asian Chinese who were married to each other, and that's huge. I don't know what's huge about it, because, Chinese people in the South marrying other Chinese people doing Jim Crow. Yeah, that doesn't seem too huge. But let's get into it.
Ryan Coogler gave us 2 hot Asians who were married to each other in Sinners. That hardly ever happens. They were so fine and both actually liked each other. And this means a lot to me, because in a lot of modern media, Bridgerton. I mean, Joy Luck Club was written by a Chinese woman. And basically all those girls chose white men. I mean, in Everything Everywhere All at Once, we got Evelyn and Wayman, but they were kind of old, and then her daughter chose to be with a white girl. You see what I'm saying? We don't get to see Asian American love. And I know that, like, if you're not Asian, you probably haven't noticed this, or you don't pay attention. But younger Asians, particularly Asian men, are never seeing themselves as the love interest for Asian women. And that caused a lot of division in our community. Grace and Bo were fine as hell. Their daughter, Lisa, was hilarious. They all had these smooth Southern accents, no chopsticks in hair, no weirdness toward them from any of the Black characters. They were a fully integrated part of that community. Ryan Coogler hangs around Chinese people, and you can tell. I mean, his wife, Zinzi, has Chinese ancestry through her father. So he used that hookup, and he used it well. Now, the Chows being married to each other, it's such a small part of the movie. There's vampires, there's blues. Sammy and the Smokestack twins are the real main characters. But when Ryan Coogler said, I'm going to include a Chinese family, he made sure to get everything right. Even down to the dialect that they brought with them from Toy Sun. This might be like one of the first representations of Asian people that I have seen from a non-Asian, where the women are not fetishized and the men are not emasculated. Like, it's so hard for so many people to break free of those stereotypes when making media about us in any capacity. And the lazy thing to do would have been to fall back into those stereotypical portrayals. But Ryan was like, absolutely not. Sir, you can represent us whenever you like. Okay? Signed, me and the rest of the Chinese community.
Now, family, let me tell you something. This woman is so full of shit. It's coming out of her eyes. It's coming out of her pores. It's coming out of the slants in her eyes. It's coming out of her ears, her nose. Any orifice that's open, it is seeping bullshit out of it. Almost every goddamn movie that has Chinese people or Asian people in it, they're married to other damn Asians. They just came out with a movie a while ago where it was an all Asian cast, Crazy Rich Asians. What is she talking about? They rarely show our people in love. What does she mean? No, what she was doing was she was trying to take the spirit of the moment and try to take that and make it all about the Asians. Yeah, Stack and Smoke were the two main characters, but when he said he was going to put these Asians in there, the movie, he said he was going to do it right. You can represent us anytime. All of a sudden, exactly, Miss L. All of a sudden, Ryan Coogler's wife has Asian ancestry all of a sudden. All of a sudden, his wife has Chinese ancestry through her father's side. Do you see what I mean? These folks want so much to be us. These folks want so much to be included with us, to destiny swap with us, to take what is ours and then make it something about them. Whenever we do not include other people, like with the whole Kendrick Lamar situation when he did the Juneteenth festival, where he did the Not Like Us pop out, where he did the goddamn a Juneteenth pop out, the Mexican was going around talking about why wasn't there any Mexican representation? When he did the Super Bowl, you had Asians and white folks talking about why wasn't there no other representation. It was an incredibly black Super Bowl. Family, when I say they try to take anything that's about us and turn it into something that benefits them, that is what's happening. And that's what's been continued to happen. And that's why, to be 100% full, that's one of the reasons why everybody's up at arms, because this has been so blatant. This has been so disrespectful towards foundational Black Americans. They have been so blatantly disrespectful towards foundational Black Americans that anybody who's still sleeping has woken the hell up and has started to point this shit out them damn selves. So, yeah, keep doing it. Keep it up. I'm glad that you're doing it. And I'm glad that you're really doing your part in waking people up as well. That makes it so I don't have to do as much. And let's go here in case y'all don't know what's going on over in Central America. Ghana has gone down there to Central America and has been having conversations with the Caribbean countries down there, talking about reparations and how slavery is the most atrocity to ever take place, and we have been yet to be compensated. Oh yeah, let's go here, family.
For the first time, leaders from across Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa are meeting under one roof, promoting a new alliance built on South-South cooperation.
La seguranza y la estabilidad.
The aim, more trade, investment, and a stronger collective voice of traditionally marginalized countries.
This shared history cannot be understood without clearly recognizing the transatlantic journeys of enslaved people and those who came here. 2 million Africans were torn from their homes, uprooted, stripped of their dignity for the economic and social benefit of contemporary society.
That legacy of slavery and colonialism shaping the debate, with leaders pushing for new cooperation from food to energy and climate. But those ambitions are unfolding against a world at war. Conflicts in Iran and Ukraine, attacks on Venezuela, and the threats against Cuba, all raising fears of a larger crisis and renewed colonialism.
We can't allow anyone to interfere with the territorial integrity of countries. It is a complete failure of the United Nations. The UN Security Council and its permanent members were meant to maintain peace, but they're the ones driving these wars.
All right. So I wanted you to hear the first part. It's going to move away from that, but let's go over here to the good brother Donnie on timeout. He actually has a full clip. Let's go here.
This is a resolution seeking to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. For more than 300 years, Africans were treated as property, were tortured, humiliated, raped, and forced out of the continent, over 12.5 million of them, in the most dehumanizing and despicable circumstances. The world is yet to acknowledge this. Perpetrators are yet to apologize and have not compensated the victims. This is the time to demand reparatory justice, and this is the time to demand restitution.
Look at the hypocrisy. That's the Prime Minister of Ghana at this Latin American and Caribbean forum in Bogota, Colombia, demanding reparations like they have a right to reparations. Did we not forget that Latin America was conquered by Spain, right? Some of the people who run Latin America to this day are descendants of Spaniards, the same people that, enslaved the people in those lands. So you're talking about reparations, then those people that's the descendant of slaves in those countries deserve reparations from their government, not the United States. If we're talking about reparations from the United States, then that's strictly exclusively to Black Americans, ADOS and freemen, the descendants of Black enslaved Americans and the descendants of freemen in this country. Now, Africa was a co-conspirator, especially Ghana. Ghana turned slavery into tourism. They making money off all those slave castles, millions of dollars, right? Let's not talk about that, how they're co-conspirators too. So the people that participated in this, the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Europeans, and the French, right? Those are the people that need to give reparations. Like if it's the Caribbeans, what is that? The UK, those UK Europeans, yeah, get your reparations over there. But over here in the United States, that's not an African thing. That's a Black American thing. Yeah, it sounds like another scam to me, if you ask me. But yeah, and did I not mention that Ghana still make money off slavery? They turn slavery into tourism.
Family, the nerve of these people to keep trying to backdoor their way into our reparations claim. Family, this is what I'm saying. The Most High is saying that everything that these fools are trying are going to fail. When that Ghana president comes over here on the 25th to place that reef, that spell is going to fail too. All of these things that they're doing is going to fail. Why? Because they were complicit. They were quite complicit. Their energy is not the same energy as ours. We got that energy of revolution, of resistance. They have the energy of a seller. People who have sold out other people in their countries for monetary gain. And you're not going to be able to get around that. So when your feet touch the land here, the ancestors start working against you expeditiously. The ancestors start working against you with the quickness. Because the very same people who are sitting here trying to call on our ancestors by walking across a bridge that their ancestors had nothing to do with, they are the very same people that are trying to stop the reparative justice that belongs to our ancestors. This is why they will not pass. This is why the Most High say they will fail. The biggest opposition to our reparations, to our justice claim, to us being repaired, they're sitting here now trying to use that energy for themselves. And the ancestors ain't having that shit one bit. If you thought it was something when the ancestors started burning down the plantations and things like that, all last year it was just ancestor work, ancestor work, ancestor work. You got people just disappearing. 3 different people, Lake Lanier. You got goddamn general houses burning down. You got people seeing people dancing in the window as the house burnt. $2025 ain't going to be nothing compared to 2026 with these tethers. Shout out to Crew Reality Church. What they're trying to do is call Papa Legba, to do harm against foundational Black Americans, and that ain't going to work. Papa Legba, that is not going to work. They do better calling on Anisi, and that still wouldn't work. Why? Because we're protected spiritually here. You can't call on our spirits to use our spirits against us. So yeah, I want them to try to call on Papa Legba. You know why? Because guess what? He's going to be one of those vengeful spirits that they really wish that they wouldn't call up. That's how I see it. That's how I see it to the core. Let's go here, family, because I want y'all to see the whole play. It's not just Ghana. Now you got Nigeria. And now Malians are over here talking about they need reparations. Let's go.
I think that will be very helpful to our partnership. Get to know Mali, get to know the Confederation, get to know what are our objectives so you can get involved and help in case you want to help.
My bad, family. Mali ain't talking about reparations. I'm sorry. They're talking about, once again, doing what Ghana did, which is trying to bring us back in order to bring our FBA dollars to their country and build it up. Notice these people are always talking about what we can do for them and never, ever, ever talk about what they're going to do for us. Not once have I heard any of these African leaders say, we see the problems and the struggles of foundational Black Americans, and we want to send foundational Black Americans $40 million worth of gold. We would keep it in deposits over here. However, when y'all ready to use it, contact us. We'll work with you. We'll get the funding over to you. And that way we can build together across the seas. I've never heard anything like that. I've never heard any African leader come out and say, hey, foundational Black Americans over there, we want to build a camaraderie with you. We want to be able to work with you guys. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to cancel any type of visas when it comes down to you guys. You guys do not need visas. And if you decide to come over here and build with us, then we're going to offer 5% of our country's contracts in order to help sustain and grow your business here in Mali or wherever else. You don't ever hear these people talking like this. They're always talking about bringing us back over there so that we can benefit their country with our FBA bucks. This is all we keep hearing.
That would be very interesting because there are a lot of businesses here within the African American community. They can export that in Mali and in our confederation. So in order to do so, you need to connect more with us so we can explain to you what are the different activities, economics, socially, culturally, we can share with you for your understanding so you can be or you can do whatever you plan to do with us. I think that's the message I can convey to our African American here. I think that will be very helpful.
Yeah, family, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. Shout out Rhonda. They want us back to slave and work and to sell our black butts again. And exactly. History would only repeat itself. History would only repeat itself. Family, it's best that we just let these people be. Make sure that every time they try to say they're us or we're them, we cut it off, we shut it down, and let these people be. Do not try to entangle yourself with any of these people, because these folks right now, they're showing exactly their true colors. They're showing exactly from them walking on that damn bridge to them trying to claim Michael B. Jordan, to them doing the Essence situation. Everything that they're doing is showing you that they have this process in their head that says that, hey, me as an African and you as a Black American, a foundational Black American, but in their head, they're saying African American, you as an African American, everything you do and everything you say belongs to me. And that's what's happening because Africans are doing it to other Africans. Let's go here. This man talks about how he don't even speak to his family anymore because they all feel entitled to his accomplishments. Does that sound familiar? Let's go.
I don't talk to any of my family members anymore. None.
Matter of fact, let me run that back and I'm going to slow this all the way down.
I don't talk to any of my family members anymore. None. I don't.
Not one of them?
No. I have cut all my family members off my phone. Nobody. I blocked. I love my family from far because if I keep talking to my family members, I will not achieve my goal. If I die, I don't need to be buried in my village. That's where it is. I don't want to be buried in my village. If I die, burn my body, go throw my dust in Kruger National Park. That's my wish.
That is significant for an African.
That's significant for an African because I saw your eyes. But that's where it is because most of them, they blackmail with this.
Your family must feel that your success is their success. It's like we're communal people in Africa. So there are no boundaries.
Yes, they feel like my success is their success. They are entitled to their guy. Then they feel like, okay, yeah, nothing they do. First we do a winner. So like, it's now our time. Our boy is now, signing.
The entitlement, that's the word, entitlement.
Yeah, my family feels entitled. Family feel like that because that's how our mindsets in Africa are like. Because also we are blackmailed that we cannot say no.
No, we can't. The black tax, the black tax that we have to.
Black tax is real in Africa, and we cannot say no. We cannot say no to somebody asking for money.
Yeah.
We cannot say no to anything.
So, family, here you have this African man, and he looks familiar. I think that's Bolt, Hussein Bolt. Might not be. They all look kind of similar to me. Anyway, He's sitting there saying he can't even go home. He's cut his family off completely because you can't tell them no. You can't tell them no to nothing. They feel so entitled to have everything that you have. Isn't that what they're doing here? Isn't that what they're doing here? They're trying so hard to do it with us. Shout out to Beatrice. She says, sounds like pimping to me. Hey, stone cold pimping. If you ask me, that's what it sounds like. Stone cold pimping. That Frank dude that said we have no culture said he's going to be buried on our soil. That's facts. He did say that. I think they should send their corpse back to where they come from. Real stuff. Let's get extra petty with it. Just dig them up, put them in a box, and just ship them on off. Ship them back to Nigeria or wherever the hell they come from. Family, let me also explain to you why nothing these people doing has been working. And as I talk about the energy of our people, there's a lot more energy on this land that can't be dealt with. They're finding things right now that's really showing the connective ties to foundational Black Americans. Let's go here, family. Lost pyramids in Louisiana. Man says ancient civilization lies off of St. Bernard. Let's go.
An amateur archaeologist says he's discovered the ruins of an ancient civilization off the coast of St. Bernard Parish.
He claims there are large mounds underwater that may have once been the site of a lost city thousands of years ago.
Paul Murphy reports local fishermen have long talked about strange and unexplained things happening in that area.
The Chandeleur Islands are a chain of uninhabited barrier islands located in the Gulf of Mexico, 50 miles east of New Orleans. But 12,000 years ago, before a dramatic sea level rise at the end of the last ice age, this area may have been dry land.
3 different search areas.
Retired architect and amateur archaeologist George Gillet believes the site, now underwater, was once home to an ancient civilization. He dubbed the city Crescentus.
What's down there is hundreds of buildings that are covered with sand and silt and that are geographically related to the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Giza is a city in northern Egypt where ancient pyramids and the Sphinx are located. Gillet claims to have found mysterious mounds of granite under Chandeleur Sound. Granite is not native to Louisiana or Mississippi.
Somebody floated a billion stones down the Mississippi River and then assembled them outside of what would later become New Orleans.
Did you hear what he said? Shout out to our brother Jesse Paris in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my good brother. Did you hear what he said, family? Somebody sailed the stone down the Mississippi River and then assembled them when they got to the location of where they was trying to go. Now, family, for those who don't know, that's exactly how the pyramids was built in Egypt. You see, people forget that the Egyptians, well, I don't want to say people forget. People always negate to tell people or to explain how the Egyptians didn't just pop up in Egypt, right? The Egyptians started out as Ethiopians, and then they followed the Nile River north. And then while following the Nile River, well, there's 2 Niles, the Blue Nile and the White Nile. After following the Blue Nile north and seeing how fertile the land was next to the Nile, they started agriculture. They started growing things. From Ethiopia, you have to get to the stone cutters. The stone cutters, does anybody know who the stone cutters are considered to be? They're another ancient black folk. Came about before Egypt. Anybody? Anybody? I'll give y'all a second to put it in the chat. Every one of them is considered Masons, but I'm talking about the actual nation who is considered to be the stonecutters. Thank you very much. Someone got it in there. The Nubians. The Nubians were considered to be the stonecutters. Nubia is where they are considered to have cut out a lot of the limestone that has been used in those pyramids. And the way that is explained is that the Nubians, after cutting the limestone, they would sell the limestone up the Nile River to the location where they were working on the pyramids. And then they would take the limestones out of the river and then they would build with those stones. That's basically what this man just said happened with this pyramid down by the Gulf. They had to sell it down the Mississippi River and then assemble the pyramid once it got down there, or the fire temple, because pier means fire, so it's an actual fire temple, pyramid. They put the fire temple together once they got it to where they were going. But I digress. Thank you very much. I'm just saying, the very same way that he's saying that these temples had to be built is the very same way that they were actually built over there in Kemet. But let's get back into it.
Delay has spent nearly 50 years studying the site. He produced underwater sonar images of what he claims are remnants of major buildings, including a large pyramid,
which produces an electromagnetic energy that's incredible. And it is apparently 280 feet tall.
St. Bernard Parish shrimper Ricky Robin says he's experienced the energy firsthand. Robin claims the compass on his boat spun completely around near the area where Gillet pinpointed the tip of the pyramid. And that's not all.
Everything will go out on your boat, all your electronics, like if you was in the Bermuda Triangle. See, that's exactly what we got here. It's actually right here.
Robin took Gillet on 4 excursions to the site. He says for years, local fishermen have talked about catching strange square rocks in their nets near the Chandeleur Islands.
I thought it was, I figured right away, that's pieces of the pyramid, you know? And because right around where that compass spun.
There are other theories about the rocks. One study by Texas A&M in the late 1980s suggests the masses are from shipwrecks or piles of ballast stones from Spanish or French vessels. The stones may have been dumped overboard to lighten the weight of ships stuck on sandbars or entering shallower waters en route to New Orleans. Gillet said some of the artifacts collected at the site tell a different story.
This is architecture. This is not ballast. This is a piece of architecture that's set like this. This is the outer surface. And this was a rain gutter.
People who believe in the granite mounds say that there is enough proof that something is out there in the water, but how it got built, by who and why are still a mystery that in some respects is beyond explanation.
The older people, yeah, we've seen a lot of things, yeah. There's possibility it could be God knows what.
All I know is that somebody built a city 12,000 years ago, stuck out in Chandeleur. Whether or not they had somebody on their shoulder who flew in with a UFO, I don't know. All I know is that they left a whole bunch of granite rocks out there.
Gillet has visited the site 44 times. He hopes future dives, modern sonar technology, and satellite imaging will help him unlock some of the secrets now trapped below 300 feet of silt, sand, and water in Chandeleur Sound. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
So, family, when I say that they're trying to harness an energy that they don't understand and they will never be able to understand, especially now that we done amped up the energy. You see, the energy, it never really laid dormant because we've never been dormant. The energy has always been what we are willing to put out, the energy is willing to put in. Pause. But here's the fact of the matter. Over the past 10 years, the energy has concentrated and amplified because of the business we've been standing on, because of the honoring of our ancestors, the honoring of our lands, the honoring of the blood that was shed by our ancestors in order to make sure this country runs in the way that it does. They're messing with an energy that quite literally has told them over and over again that they are not the same and we are not the same. And that's why everything is getting worse and worse and worse. No matter what these people do, no matter what these people say, they're disrespecting us, and their treatment in this country is becoming worse and worse and worse. And they keep trying everything in their power to reverse that energy, but it's too late. The disrespect has already been shown. And so that ABK energy is circling the wagons. And when I say it's circling the wagons, it is circling the wagons to where it is happening so quickly that they know that this is a spiritual situation. And that's why you have two different tethers trying to use the Edmonds Pettus Bridge to garner our energy. Two different ones, because the situation in America becomes worse. It became worse for them, and even worse, even more worse. Let's be very clear. And this is what I am so happy. I am so happy to see this happening. Because all we're doing is doing the Lord's work by saying no. We're doing the Lord's work by pointing out the chicanery and the shenanigans and all the nonsense that these people are saying and doing. And all the Most High wants from us is to stand on that square and let him do the rest. And that's what we've been doing. Every time we kick our feet up and we're looking at what's going on with the popcorn in our hands, got our little water over here, got a little, got me some chili cheese fries, just ready to go. I sit back, I watch, and the Most High say, watch me work. And because they see it's so spiritual with us, they're trying to steal the spiritual energy in order to turn it around. But the Most High said it will not work, for you have disrespected my children, for you have disrespected their ancestors, and for you has disrespected the Most High by doing so. You will not have an easier time by doing these things. You will only have a worse off time than you had prior. And it's going to continue to go that way. It's going to continue to happen in that very same notion because of the fact that you guys don't respect the spiritual system that is happening here. You don't respect the spirituality in which we protect. You don't respect the ancestors that opened the door for you. You're disrespecting their children. And so now the Most High says, since not only are you disrespecting the children of the Most High and their ancestors who cracked open the door for you, I'm going to make sure that your time here and everywhere you go is going to be riddled with bad times, with bad energy. And this is why you're seeing Nigerians getting kicked out all over the goddamn world. This is why you're seeing Haitians being exiled from all these goddamn Caribbean countries down in the Central America. The spiritual energy that is going on right now is something that cannot be denied, and it cannot be harnessed unless it's harnessed by us. So to every tether that stepped on that bridge, I would repent if I was you. To every single tether that works with essence, I would quit and repent if I was you. To all the tethers who's in competition with us and we're not even realizing that we're even in a competition because you can't compete where you can't compare. All the flies who want to land on the elephants, you need to repent. Because if you do not repent, oh, you think Sodom and Gomorrah is something. I would hate to see what else the Most High got up his sleeves. But with that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And if you're catching this on the replay, please make sure to hype this up as well, family. Let me give a B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Antithesis once again. Much love to you once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions, all of your contributions, as always, my good brother. You brought that fire tonight. Much love to you, my brother, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be of service to you all. And honestly, family, let me end with this. At the end of the day, I didn't even need to bring that to you because you already knew. Whether you said it to yourself, whether someone said it around you, whether you heard someone else say it, exactly what I said about the energy being harnessed or them trying to harness energy, you already knew because it was already in your spirit. You already felt it. You already knew when you saw it what was really happening. But it is important for us to say it out loud so that we can let them know, hey, we see what you're trying to do and we're putting that shit to bed. With that being said, family, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here. All my mods, my members, everybody who's donated by Super Chat, Cash App, PayPal, or anything other. Much love to each and every one of you. And I want you all to have a beautiful rest of your Sunday night. And with that being said, family, the doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm off.